Hey everyone, welcome to the stream. I am so glad to see you all here. Hello and welcome to the stream. Ro the Fair Thing Lion, Lokan Nagel, Wendy Pixel, Kira Tricks, lovely to have you here. Catgirl Steph, hey Zelda, thank you for subscribing. Wintry Mute, lovely to have you here, Joe, thanks for modding. Beanie Gaby, welcome to the stream. Jenny Azoth, welcome to the stream. Cherry Pitspit, welcome to the stream. And Trans Fox Girl 1312, welcome to the stream. I am going to go make myself a cup of tea. This is the announcement of the stream, because including for VOD watchers, they usually timestamping when the stream starts. I want people to appreciate that I've made a new intermission screen. It cycles through various little guys. It is an important statement of little guy theory, Blorbo theory of electoral politics, and this stream is going to be all about Blorbo politics, because we're looking at the Greens' victory in Gorton and Denton, and I'm very excited about it. And it's all about my Blorbos. But more broadly, it's about how everyone in electoral politics who you like, who you're rooting for, is your Blorbo, and that's what motivates the thought in electoral politics for people. We must always remember that electoral leftists are just little guys. As well as that, the other housekeeping announcement is that subscribers are now going to have little badges. I've changed the badges that appear for subscribers, and you're now going to progress through various different spacecraft as you have been subscribed for longer, and I will add some more soon so they can reflect just how long Lorcan has been watching. Because I set them up to a year so far, and I was like, oh shit, Lorcan's been watching me forever. So I need to do the multiple year ones. Thank you, Steph. That's very sweet of you. I'm hyped about having my hair up. I think I opt against it because I have anxiety about my hair, and I just generally want it to be as big as possible. So I usually go for a big mane. And having it up, I'm remembering that I actually look really good with my hair up. Badges is one. The other one is, even if you are just following Sophie from Mars on Twitch, you now have access to the I'm going lib slop mode emotes. But at the following tier, you will not have access to any other modes in emote form than lib mode or slop mode, or combinations thereof, unless you have other emotes to bring. If you go to a higher tier, you can go Ezra mode, you can go space mode, you can go kitty mode. I'm thinking about adding some more modes people can go in the emotes. But also, this is really fun. I've put in this. What is it? I hope I haven't forgotten it. Is it copy pasta space? Copy pasta space command, which will give me a little copy pasta from Nightbot so that I can make a little space scene in chat, which I think is very fun. Okay, I'm going to go make my cup of tea. I'll give you a couple minutes of watching the little guys go round, and Lorcan has a suggestion for spacecraft for me. We will discuss some more in a couple minutes when I have my lovely warm cup of tea, and then we will begin the stream properly. Welcome everyone to the left electoral victory stream. Don't worry, there's still plenty of slop. The liberals are mad as fuck about this. I'll see you all in a couple of minutes. Okay, 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 okay. This is a perfect one. Oh, it's changed. Okay, well. Oh, it's still Starmer anyway. Um, okay, the Starmer in China picture is a perfect one for me to come back in and explain my theory of little guys. Starmer, you'll notice, all the way small. He's not just a little guy. He's disappearing. Um, and this is what happens in the world of little guys if you don't have the Riz. You just shrink and disappear. I think there's a strong chance that if Starmer goes soon, cultural memory will be that he went to China and just kind of disappeared. Like he just vanished into the glorious People's Republic. Whereas the others, people that you're rooting for, they're little guys, and that's a different thing. Ezra has the potential to, if Ezra gets haunted by three ghosts, he has the potential to become a little guy. And so he's in the running, not as one of the bizarre pictures like Zuck on the surfboard, or as a little guy. He's but he's got to be there because when he says I don't know what my role is anymore, essential viewing. Loads more people have come in. Welcome to everyone who's now here. Hello, Gumba Master. I don't think I said hi to you before. Hello, Middle-earth Marxist, who has a 8-month subscriber badge. What's that one? I wish I could remember what the subscriber badges were better now. I'm actually going to talk through them for a second because I remember I really liked what I'd done with them. How has everyone been? Let me know how your week has been. How are you all doing? I hope you all have a lovely warm drink. I have a milky Earl Grey over here. And the other thing I was going to say is if anyone has Gorton and Denton memes, then you can drop them in chat at any point if there's important Gorton and Denton viewing. It looks like the 6th month, which is the eighth month, is a 6-month badge, and so you have the Hubble Space Telescope. But next month, if you resubscribe next month, you're going to upgrade to the ISS. So it's all pretty exciting. Trans Foxgirl 1312 has the 2-month badge, which is the Vostok 1, the spacecraft that Yuri Gagarin first orbited the Earth in. I'm very excited about my space badges, if you can't tell. Anyway, also in the space emotes that I've added in, I have included Jupiter and Saturn from my own astrophotography. So when you see those there, and the moon as well, those are from my own astrophotography, which I think is, I don't know, makes me happy to see. Okay. Whew. Okay. We are going to be looking at everything Gorton and Denton. It's a day of celebration. The Greens, the woke Greens, defeated Reform and Labour soundly in the by-election. I've just realised there was a donation, and I don't know when it happened, but Catgirl Steph, thank you so much. Catgirl Steph donated £12.70 and said, meow, meow, meow. Well, she said meow, meow, meow. I don't know if she intended for it to be read out that way. My wife, at transfoxgirl1312, is very pretty. That's a lovely donation message. Wow, we've got a chat romance going on. I have once again forgotten to update my stream text. So here, I just need to quickly change this. What would the goal have shifted to? It was 310 before. We want 150 over... No, it was 320 at the start of the stream. We want 150 over that, so 470 is the new stream goal. And thanks to Catgirl Steph, we are £12.70 further towards it. If you find yourself enjoying the stream today, maybe you're in the generous and happy mood during the celebrations. If you enjoy my coverage of the Gorton and Denton results and the aftermath, then yeah, please support the stream. You can pay for the stream by subscribing or cheering or donating directly using command TIP. It's !TIP, and I'm trying to hit... It hasn't updated. 470 today, and if we do, I'll add an extra stream onto next month's schedule. It will be a gaming stream. We might have a discussion in the Discord about what game to play. Not sure. Not sure. Okay. Gorton Freeman and J.C. Denton, says Cherry Pittsbit. So that's one for everyone to consider. That's a very good point. I'm kind of giddy. Like, I'm just very, very excited about the woke greens. Thank you for subscribing, Jenny Azoff. Okay. It was Ro the Fairthing Lion actually gifted a tier 1 sub to Jenny Azoff. So thank you, Ro the Fairthing Lion, for gifting. And Jenny, you now have access to the tier 1 emotes. So you can now, for example, you can go kitty mode. Heaveniek says in chat, first time chatter, welcome to the stream. What are woke greens? Well, I'm so glad you asked. Are you from outside the UK? If anyone's watching who's outside the UK right now, the broad context you're going to need for this stream is that there was an election just yesterday for only one borough, only one constituency in the whole country, Gorton and Denton. It's a place in Manchester, and it was at risk of being captured by basically the UK MAGA party, Reform, Nigel Farage's party, and Labour were trying to win it and position themselves as like the only party that can stop reform, very similar to the American Democrats. They're a bunch of liberals with no spine and no soul. And they both lost to the Greens. The woke Greens. Okay, I'll show you the thing. I might as well just show you the thing right away, because it's been... I watched this thing earlier, and it became part of my permanent vocabulary literally instantly. So I need to show you all, so that you understand what I'm on about the rest of the stream. Where are we? There we are.
Mr. Goodwin, a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, to lose to the woke Greens, isn't it? Proud patriot, not able to win a British seat. Bit embarrassing, Mr. Goodwin, wouldn't you say? Well, you've lost to the Greens, sir. You've lost to the woke Greens. You can't beat the Greens. What a joke. A proud patriot can't win a British seat. My goodness, to the Greens of all people. You're going to moan about it on GB News? You're going to moan about it on GB News? How much of a loser you are? A loser to the Greens. My goodness. A loser to the
Greens. My goodness.
It's bad form, isn't it, to just lash out at the winners?
Oh, that, by the way, if people don't know, is because Matt Goodwin, whose name I learned today is an anagram of dooming twat. Because someone posted cryptic crossword style twat dooming reform, right? If we think of reform as an anagram word, right? Twat dooming reform 47. Matt Goodwin. Matt Goodwin went on TV right after the result to say that it was undemocratic, that the Greens are radicals, that they have pushed divisive politics by going after the Muslim vote, that there's Islamism or whatever, which, by the way, brief tangent, but sometimes I see leftists describing groups in the Middle East who would be best described as theocratic fascists. I see them being described as Islamists or jihadists, and I'm like, this tells me you have no Muslim friends. And so whoever it is harassing this guy, first was harassing him on the way out after the loss, after the election result was announced, and then has like dedicated the rest of his day to following him around. He's gone after him just after he's been on TV to say all the shit he said about the Greens, the woke Greens.
Not very sportsmanlike behaviour, would you say, Mr. Goodwin? How does it feel to be a loser, Mr. Goodwin? Mr. Goodwin's a loser. Are you going to rally about it on your show, GB News? Losing to the Greens?
The woke Greens.
Loser to the Greens? Goodness. The Greens of all parties, the woke Greens. What a proud patriot you must be.
So that's why that's in my vocabulary now permanently. The woke Greens, my goodness, a loser to the Greens. Sasha R. Jones, welcome to the chat. It's lovely to have you here. It says you're a first-time chatter. I'm pretty sure you've watched VODs before. So welcome to the riffraff and the scum of the chat. Which reminds me, it's a good time to say hello to the VOD watchers. Hello, lovely VOD watchers. I'm so glad you are watching this VOD. Please remember what I said about paying for the stream also applies for paying for the VOD. And if you want to, you can go check out the links under the VOD and support me because I'm doing work right now. I'm doing my job. This is how I afford food and rent and HRT and nice clothes and to do things that make life worth living. So please check out my Patreon is in the links underneath. And speaking also of lovely commenters on the videos, we are going the woke greens. That's right, Beanie Gaby. The greens, the woke greens. It's so good. It's just like, okay, I'm feeling this much vindication because I've been saying that, like, we've been effectively shamed out of calling ourselves woke, right? Because it's always it's seen as an insult. You ask a bunch of people, even people who are woke, what woke means, and they're like, I think it's just an insult that the right-wingers say and doesn't really mean anything or describe anything. And I'm like, no, it describes a quite cohesive revolutionary ideology. We're just giving in to the shaming from the right wing. Literally a dark Subaru. See ya. Succulent Chinese greens. Welcome willow trees into the stream also. I didn't see you there before. Or I think I saw your username and thought, I don't remember if you've been a chatter before. What was I going to say? Feel very vindicated because woke has been thrown around as this insult to the point that we've like abandoned the term woke as if like it doesn't describe anything, and actually like it does describe our politics, and we should be proudly calling ourselves woke. Trans Foxgirl 1312 says woke is AAVE. Like most things, white people take the term and screw up the meaning. Yeah, I mean, like effectively, yes, the meaning has been screwed up and become this floating signifier. But actually, like the original thing is like, yeah, like describes good politics, and we should be proud of being woke. It's actually really, really important to be proud of being woke, I think. So, as an aside, brief reminder to mods to be on it with harassment comments, because I just have one. We're going to look at comments on the VODs, but first I want to look briefly at a comment on my main channel to do with the trans organizing video. So people, if you haven't seen the trans organizing video yet, let me just get a link for it in the chat. I am moving on to other projects, and so I would really like to make sure people have seen the trans organizing video as much as possible. Sweet Mini Wolf 29, thank you for following. That's a great username. Because this is a video I made about how the specific ways that trans people need to organize, especially in the UK, but it works for, I think, the context of trans people in the imperial core broadly, maybe everywhere. My point in the video is that we are a very small minority in a very vulnerable position, and the best way for us to organize and get towards our liberation as trans people is by building democratic structures and using those democratic structures of community, assemblies, to build harm reduction structures. That's the broad overview. And I talk a lot about how to make assemblies happen in that video. And I just realized I should actually link the Substack piece under the video as well. But I've talked about it a bunch in that video and on my Substack. And this comment was really interesting to me. So let's go have a read of it. Okay. QWERTYBARD2476 says, we did a trans general assembly in Portland. I am not surprised. Hooray, Portland. And unfortunately, I'm also not surprised about this, it fell apart after about 3 meetings despite a ton of attendance, partially due to organizer burnout that the volunteer structure you mentioned probably would have prevented, and partly due to some infighting over something someone said in a side zine project that really should not have been a big enough conflict to do the whole thing in. Ultimately, I think both sides were rooted in the project becoming too centralized, not even on purpose really, but it was clear that a lot of attendees didn't believe they were on the same level as the organizers, and overall people started treating it like Trans General Assembly was an organization instead of an activity. Thanks for making this. It's a good push to try to get more off the ground eventually and improve on the bits that we failed before. It was really clear that there was a ton of community interest and need. So this, I think, is really important. I said in the video that the model that should be used is that you hold an assembly. I talk about how to do that in the video. At the end of each individual meeting of everyone, you say, we need people to facilitate next time. I want to take volunteers right now who are going to facilitate. Those people have a separate meeting away from everybody else, and they set the agenda. Then they bring the agenda to everyone and say, would you like us to add anything to this agenda? And then they're in charge of facilitating the next one, and then they ask for volunteers at the end of that one. This model makes it so that the capacity to keep the assemblies going is baked in, and this conflict that QWERTY 2476 described would probably be avoidable too if people didn't feel like the assembly was an org that they were joining by coming to the thing, which, as I said in the video, I think is avoided by this volunteer structure. So once again, I think that it's a really important video for people to share around, and if there's interest in local communities in starting a Trans General Assembly, you should do it. And also, like, I'm in contact with several people, some of whom reached out to me to say they're organizing a Trans General Assembly. I'm, like, helping out in any capacity I can, remotely, just giving advice or whatever. Someone is going to, for example, show me the constitution documents that their organization is coming to put together to so I can look over it and just give my advice, right? That is stuff I'm happy to do to support trans people having organizing in this way, because I think it is the way towards our freedom. Row the Fair Thing Lion says, I love that this channel is amassing an army of animal usernames. I have no idea why that would be. It's a complete mystery why all these furry friends would be popping up. Catgirl Steph resubscribed and has been subscribed for 8 months, which means Hubble Space Telescope badge, and said, I'm going kitty mode, and then 3 cat emojis. It's all just a mystery. No one knows. No one knows why this is happening. Willow Treason says, I believe assemblies are going to be discussed at EF. Y'all should be there. What is EF? I don't know to what you refer. Beanie Gaby says, I'm going meow meow meow. Okay, so that was one comment on the trans organizing vid, and I thought that was a great one. We're going to look at some of the comments from last stream. If people don't remember or weren't there, we watched a bit of the Kurzgesagt Ozempic video. I know that one person, Pocket Deerbelly, in fact, was not there for the stream, but had very, very, very passionate feelings, or maybe was both chatter and a VOD commenter, and had a great long comment that we'll look at. But generally, this VOD has done a lot better than my other VODs, because people fucking hate Kurzgesagt, and especially this Ozempic video, so everyone should feel very reassured that actually the popular opinion is that this video fucking sucks. That's another thing I think about, like, calling ourselves woke, is, like, acknowledging that this is actually, like, a popular set of beliefs. I think is, Prince Infidel has resubscribed for, oh my goodness, 41 months. Again, we don't have a badge for that yet, but I'm working on it. I will. Currently, by the way, my thought is spacecraft. I've done progression of real spacecraft. Maybe it starts to go into fictitious spacecraft more and more advanced into the future, so that, like, 10 years subscribed is like the Starship Enterprise or whatever. Prince Infidel says, crawling in late and sicker than a Victorian child, but I'm here. I really appreciate you being here. It's crazy that, like, our, like, great grandparents were Victorians, and They lived through an era when the top two, like, causes of death were not enough baths and too many baths. Um, what a strange time to be alive. Ro the Fairthing Lion says, I saw Dia's Tumblr ask and it covered everything I wanted to say because, yeah, yeah, yeah. That Ozempic video was fucking crazy. Yeah, it's nuts. It's just nuts. And like, I think there is so much to be learned about, like there's a huge site of solidarity, not just for like fat trans people, but like for trans people with fat people, because it's about bodily autonomy. And like when it gets discussed, it's almost always that the people saying they want fat people to not exist anymore are not fat people. And the same as it's almost entirely cis people saying that they don't want trans people to exist anymore, or like talking about the health risks or the studies that are like, anyway, K69 Mon says TLDR on Ozempic. The TLDR is that Kurzgesagt made a video that was originally called, I think, Everyone Should Be on Ozempic, and is just like a crazy rapid fire of like science tidbits presented as if to like make a cohesive argument, like to make a cohesive sounding argument that fat is like incredibly scary and dangerous, with such incredible bangers as it will knock your hormones out of whack to get fat, your estrogen will go up and your testosterone will go down. Which, yeah, man, that would be out of whack for half the population. Which half of the population would that be normal for and not a bad thing? That's crazy. Anyway, so we're gonna look at a few of these comments, but there were a lot of these comments, so I'm not gonna look at all of these comments, and then we're gonna get into the Gorton and Denton stuff, which is of course the purpose of the stream today. I've been trying to use hearting as like a bookmark to remember which ones I especially had a comment about on the stream. Victoria Borges 6899. Oh, VOD watchers, tune in. Look at the screen now. I'm now talking about your comments, so now is the time. Victoria Borges 6899 says, came back, just started the Kurzgesagt bit, and it's occurring to me that these guys might sorry, I'm really fucking up the sentence, but it's a funny one. Might just be the thinking man's PragerU. Their cartoons are more competent, but it's a similar style, it's a similar vibe. The host thinks they're a helpful teacher imparting wisdom to the kiddies in an appealing way, but really they're just doing incredibly sloppy slop in the service of capital. This is really good. Like, this is why I've been doing the liberal slop stream all this time, is that, like, people do not see... Liberalism is so much the air we breathe that people do not see it as ideological when liberal statements are made, and people don't realize they're making propaganda often when they are talking about seemingly, like, unrelated topics because they have this heavy ideological skew to their worldview, as, I mean, everyone does, but, like, they would be quicker to see leftists describing, like, a kind world where we're nice to each other as, like, ideology, and not see things like the global free market or whatever, or for that matter, all fat people shouldn't exist, as ideology. Okay. Also, I was about to say something intelligent about drug use, stigmatized versus prescribed, regular medicine use for a mental health thing, still stigmatized but much less so. As an ADHD person who really takes issue with how it's framed as a disorder in this capitalist hellscape, but then Kurzgesagt started talking about how you can't waste your 20s because it's your peak years for finding love and being active and getting your adult life back on track. This is from a weed video we watched from Kurzgesagt about how also they hate weed. Getting your adult life back on track, and now I'm so mad. Some of us spent our 20s recovering from our teens, or struggling through the rise of fascism, or being poor and or abused. Some of us should have done more weed back then. I just think that's a great take. Like, I think that for some people have intense trauma, and yes, this makes them use drugs because they are self-medicating for their intense trauma, and and doing this leads them to basically a period of healing where they are doing a sort of self-therapy that is available to them, and when things improve enough for them to get off the drugs, they tend to, right? Like, when people have a choice to do that, they tend to. Anyway. Okay, pocket deer. Right. This is the long comment. Here we go. You can see. Quite long. So, the first video is full of terrible science. This was the fat problem. First video is full of terrible science. Not the least of which is the complete neglect to mention the effect of fat phobia itself has on fat health. This is huge, right? This is like the trans broken arm. Again, it's a site of solidarity between trans people and fat people, how we're treated by doctors. And for fat trans people, it's just, yeah, it adds up to more than the sum of its parts. Not just the medical neglect, but the psychological effects of inhabiting a stigmatized body itself does terrible things for your body. They restate a bunch of extremely bunk correlation stuff. I really recommend the maintenance phase episode, Is Being Fat Bad For You? It goes over some of the more egregiously bad science in the video. The other big tell that they don't give a shit and do their due diligence is the fact that they base their whole video around BMI. I was really glad you left this comment, and this is what I wanted to highlight most of all. I may not read all of this, but this is the thing that, like, BMI is, like, just kind of crazy bad science. Yeah, anyway. A completely worthless calculation of a person's height divided by their weight that for some reason the medical field keeps using as a basis for health when it really, really does not work. They take food addiction totally for granted, a big fat lie that only serves to blame fat people for their bodies and is a driving engine behind a lot of eating disorders. It individualizes systemic problems of poverty and food quality and makes a basic need to into a Christian dance with temptation and pleasure. Ultimately, all that's happening is food companies make their foods taste good so you'll want to eat it more and buy more. Maybe the thinnest basis for an addiction I've ever seen. Okay, it's a long one. I encourage others to read all of it because I liked all of Pocket Deer's thoughts here, but we're doing a stream. It's in the comments of the previous stream pod. What else? This was great. So this was actually on an older one and is from Willow Treason. So I now realize that Willow has been has been a lovely VOD commenter. Now Willow is a worthless chatter, but has been a wonderful, sacred VOD commenter. Willow's great comment here. The intellectual wants to overwhelm your empathy by appearing to share your values while scorning your passion as foolishness. That's a fantastic sentence, and I'm just gonna read it all again. The intellectual wants to overwhelm your empathy by appearing to share your values while scorning your passion as foolishness. That is a really good and poetic summary of something we see on the liberal slut stream all the time. They are smarter than you, and they're smarter than you because they can publicly perform apathy. But the control over who is and who is not allowed to be considered human is wearing off for a lot of people. Their shit has been baking in the sun, and we can all smell it. We can often think of moments of broad, flashy resistance as sudden outbreaks from nowhere, disconnected from one another, and unmoored from context. In truth, more and more people have been learning resistance, learning community, and responding to the signal that acts of resistance broadcast to us all. Wouldn't it be fucking sick to have a strong, nurturing community? Let's go learn to do that. Really good. Really fantastic comment. Yeah, did I have more to say about that? Like, that's a great, summary of, as I say, like, stuff we see on the liberal slop stream all the time. I actually, just earlier today, saw an American, being, like, snarky about, like, oh, British politics is stupid because of the Monster Raving Loony Party. And I don't know if people here in the chat know about the Monster Raving Loony Party, but they're a protest vote party that was started because people felt like all the politicians are fucking dickheads who are lying to you. Kind of an important thing to protest in the electoral system. And what they do is basically they just have like joke candidates. In the Gorton and Denton by-election, for example. I'll pull up a tab, actually. We should look at Sir Oinkalot. Sir Oinkalot is the Gorton and Denton official Monster Raving Loony Party candidate. And, like, I was just saying, just, like, earlier today, in response to this, like, snarkiness, like, these bastards get away with so much by saying, like, I'm the sensible, tough adult candidate, and I'm going to do grown-up politics. And it's actually, like, I think good for democracy. Like, I really... this sounds kind of stupid and lib. I'm going lib mode. There you go. I'm going lib mode. It's good for democracy when those people are forced to stand next to, like, a guy in an Elmo costume, or a guy with a bin on his head, or a guy who only speaks at the loudest volume possible, or in this case, let's have a look. In this case, Sir Oinkalot, we've got a picture of him here. Unfortunately, it's blocked out by my camera. But think big, vote pig. The only wasted vote is the one that isn't used. Okay, so we've got this weird AI thing of... Oh, it's frozen. It's going so slow. The guy riding a pig. There was a... I know the manifesto's around here somewhere. Yes, this is the... Okay, right. This is the main manifesto. Official Monster Raving Loony Party Gorton and Denton Manifesto. We pledge to fight this bye-bye election on an invisible platform so that any voters cannot see the flaws in our policies. We duly request that you lend our candidate, Sir Oinkalot, your vote on February 26th, and we truly promise to give it back to you on February 27th. Sir Oinkalot is the only candidate that will oppose any takeover of Iceland. The frozen cabinets of delight have been offered by Iceland since 1970, so we will apply 100% tariffs on frozen party cocktail sausages, smoked bacon bits, orange tan kits, and big value nappy packs that are purchased by President Fart. It is some like boomer lib humor, to be clear. Like it's not all that funny. Some of it's quite funny though. We will make it illegal for Alexia, they've spelled it Alexia, Siri, Grok, and superheroes to use their powers for evil. We will stop the practice of council workers piling up tarmac on the roads in the form of speed humps and get them to put it in the plethora of potholes. Any building or office owned in the constituency by a political party and used by an MP for public surgeries will be confiscated and given to homeless charities to use for free until such time that the MP passes all the exams and training to perform operations on the public. Whilst undertaking this 14-plus year training course, a public house will be chosen instead for the MP to hold meetings with members of the public over a drink. Once in government, we promise to have more green cars on our roads. This one's a groaner. Get ready. These will include dark green, pale green, and olive green cars. Politicians will have fluorescent green cars so everyone can see them coming. Fly tipping. We will ban all tipping of flies, zips, and insects of any kind. To combat political corruption, we will participate in it openly. We will create the Board of Bribery, who will set the Board of Bribery rates, thus ensuring profits of sleaze for the many, not just the few. All artists and musicians will be allowed to steal the work of AI. Let's see how he likes it. It's so stupid. We will complete a 5-year parliament in only 4 years. This policy not only ensures a 20% saving for the public purse, but also gives everyone in the UK a year off from listening to our politicians. I like that a lot. We will replace... I love this one. It's so silly. It's such a dad joke. We will replace all red tape with sellotape. This will lead to more transparent government. Make America Britain again. This one's the biggest groaner. This is the worst possible one. It's just saying they're doing a bad job of being a colony, of being an independent country. They should go back to being colonial. That's just stupid. We will reduce the voting age to 5 years old to reflect the behaviour of our elected politicians whilst debating in Westminster. If you can hold a crayon, you can vote. The only way to vote is one that isn't used. And then public house selected for the constituency of Gorton and Denton is the Jolly Hatters. To celebrate the impending loony mudslide, a victory party will be held on the evening of Wednesday 25th. Which is the day before the election. So they had a victory party the day before the election to celebrate the obvious win by Sir Oinkalot. Ugh. So it's a bit of dad humor. It's a fun, protest vote. My partner was just saying earlier, there's a phenomenon in British politics where if you fail to get a certain proportion of the vote, like 5% or something, you don't get your deposit back. Like, you have to put a deposit in to be in the election as a party or as a candidate, and you don't get it back if you do really badly. And my partner was just saying earlier, Monster Raving Loony Party should be where the bar is. Like, if more pub dads like Sir Oinkalot and vote for Sir Oinkalot than your real political party, then you should not get your deposit back. Catgirl Steph says, yeah, 5%, get fucked, Tory and Lib Dem. Yes, this is part of the joy of the results today. The the Conservative Party didn't even get their deposit back. They lost to the Greens. The woke Greens. My goodness. A loser to the Greens, of all people, of all parties. Maybe we should watch it again. I really love it. We will watch it again, but first we will watch Hannah Spencer's victory speech. This is the Green candidate. She's very lovely. She's very down to earth. She's a plumber. She has been campaigning on an eco-socialist platform, because that's what the Greens are all about these days, is a broad eco-socialism. Let's have a look at her victory speech, and then we'll watch the Matt Goodwin getting harassed video again, because it's just funny as fuck. Okay, and this one, there we go. Tabs muted.
Elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton. So I hereby declare that Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
I didn't grow up wanting to be a politician. I'm a plumber. And 2 weeks ago, during all this, I also qualified as a plasterer. Because even in chaos, even under pressure, I get things done. I am no different to every single person here in this constituency. I work hard. That is what we do. Except things have changed a lot over the last few decades, because working hard used to get you something. It got you a house, a nice life, holidays. It got you somewhere. But now, working hard, what does that get you? Because talk to anyone here and they will tell you, the people who work hard but can't put food on the table, can't get their kids' school uniforms, can't put their heating on, can't live off the pension they worked hard to save for.
This is so good. This is so immediately healing, just to hear any politician say even. And people outside the UK need to understand the context that the Greens, the woke Greens, my goodness, the Greens, having one extra MP is a big deal. They're that size of party at the moment. But generally, polling is showing that they are eating Labour's lunch and dinner right now. So the odds are that Labour will be dead at the next election, and it's going to be Greens versus Reform. And this has been the thing as well, is everyone has been saying this by-election is incredibly representative, and is I think Starmer even said this is the soul of the nation is being decided in this, which is pretty amazing considering it's gone to the woke Greens. So them winning in this way, as I say, big victory for woke. But But yeah, just like hearing an MP say this, yeah, it really represents something huge in British politics, which is hope. Just like British people are so like embittered by like naked class warfare against us by the ruling class all the time that like yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Like it is ultimately just a by-election. But it could mean something big, and we're going to cover some more stuff to do with that later on.
Can't even begin to dream about ever having a holiday, ever. Because life has changed. Instead of working for a nice life, we're working to line the pockets of billionaires. We are being bled dry. And
Sorry, you actually all can't see this, but how would I show you? I'm going to have to move stuff around a little bit. Matt Goodwin, and I don't want to make her moment about him, because, like, you know, like, big up Hannah Spencer. Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep my camera here for a minute while we watch the rest of it, and then we're going to watch it over again. He is just right behind, he is, like, here, basically. We're going to watch it again and just watch him. Because he's fucking seething.
I don't think it's extreme or radical to think working hard should get you a nice life. We have shown that we don't have to accept being turned against each other at all. And we did this with the people who live here, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, just as we have always done in this constituency and in the whole of Greater Manchester. Because this is Manchester, and we do things differently here. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Rosa Fairthing Lion says, hearing her accent is soothing too next to all the poncery. Yes, that's another thing is like, I think that, you know, the media doesn't reflect a lot of the time anyone who hasn't been to private school, basically, isn't in the media a lot of the time. Who hasn't been to elite universities. The media in the UK is so incredibly elite captured. And yeah, to be honest, yeah, like the Manchester accent is a lovely one, just really nice on the ear. Okay, let's watch that again. The other guys in the lineup, by the way, look bored. They look like they're having a boring time. Matt looks like he is going to die.
Hannah Catherine Spencer is duly elected Member of Parliament for the Gorton and Denton constituency.
I didn't grow up wanting to be a politician. I'm a plumber. And 2 weeks ago, during all this, I also qualified as a plasterer. Because even in chaos, even under pressure, I get things done. I am no different to every single person here in this constituency. I work hard.
He's trying not to be bothered, but he's so fucking bothered. You know when you see people reply online and they have like the like crying laughing emoji, and everyone universally agrees like it's the emoji that means I am the maddest I've ever been.
No different to every single person here in this constituency.
He's trying not to cry.
I work hard. That is what we do. Except things have changed a lot over the last few decades, because working hard used to get you something. It got you a house, a nice life, holidays. It got you somewhere. But now, working hard, what does that get you? Because
you know who hasn't fucking worked hard? This parachute candidate Parasite from the UK MAGA party.
Just talk to anyone here and they will tell you. The people who work hard but can't put food on the table, can't get their kids' school uniforms, can't put their heating...
He's gonna cry. He's actually gonna cry. She is sticking up for poor people without demonizing immigrants, and she beat him, and he lost to the woke Greens.
Can't live off the pension they worked hard to save for, can't even begin to dream about ever having a holiday, ever. Because life has changed.
In this moment, he has dissociated so deep inside himself, it's like looking out of a well, I guarantee.
Instead of working for a nice life, we're working to line the
He is trying not to cry, he really is.
pockets of billionaires. We are being...
He's shaking his head. Hang on.
Nice life. We're working to line the pockets of billionaires. We...
Imagine losing to the woke Greens. My goodness. Oh, you've lost to the woke Greens, sir. You've to the woke Greens of all people.
are being bled dry. And I don't think it's extreme or radical to think working hard should get you a nice life. We have shown that we don't have to accept being
In this moment, he is wishing for death.
turned against each other
Jenny Azoff says that face when you lose to the woke Greens.
at all. And we did this with the people who live here, side by side, shoulder to shoulder, just as we have always done in this constituency and in the whole of Greater Manchester.
Which you wouldn't know anything about, would you, Matt? Because you're not from there. It's kind of strange, isn't it, how you're actually not from round here, and you've run on a platform of not welcoming people who are not from round here. And that's your main policy, is that you don't like people who are not from round here. But you're not from round here, actually. And the candidate who is, and is representative of most people from the actual area, it's crazy. It's crazy, isn't it? Isn't it crazy? You lost to the woke Greens. He's lost to the woke Greens.
Because this
My goodness.
is Manchester. And we do things differently here. Thank you so much to everybody. Thank you.
He was the last one to clap. I'm just pointing it out. I just got to say it here. Out of the whole lineup, he was the last one. The last one clapping. Everyone, if you're enjoying the stream, and I hope you are, because I certainly am right now, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe.
Zach.
Whoa, I don't want Novara Media. No, thank you.
So I hereby declare...
Please, stop. Let me start again. If you've been enjoying the stream, if you are enjoying the stream currently, I hope you are, because I'm in a wonderful mood. Please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command TIP. If you use command TIP, which I'll show over here, it's !TIP, you can donate directly without Jeff Bezos getting a cut, and that would be great for me. And we're trying to hit 470. There it is, 470 on the bar today. And if we do, then I'll add an extra stream onto the schedule next month. It will be a gaming stream. We already have one gaming stream on. Yes, so that's the advantage of donating directly. The advantages of subscribing are the wonderful emotes that I've just added this time. And VOD watchers, also, please remember that you can support the stream by donating to me directly as well, or by going to my Patreon. I know that lots of people regularly watch the VODs, and it's a thing that they like to have on as a comfort thing that's rolling in the background. If that's you, please consider that you regularly consume my work and therefore it might be nice to support the VODs if that's you. Okay, so that was Matt Goodwin's reaction during Hannah Spencer's speech, and this once again is what happened to him right after what we just saw. So just immediately after what we just saw.
Mr. Goodwin, a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, to lose to the woke Greens, isn't it? Proud patriot, not able to win a British seat. Bit embarrassing, Mr. Goodwin, wouldn't you say?
Not at all.
Well, you've lost to the Greens, sir.
You've lost to the
You've
Greens.
lost to the woke Greens. You can't beat the Greens. What?
You can't beat the Greens. Can't beat the woke Greens.
Joke. A proud patriot can't win a British seat. My goodness, to the Greens of all people. You gonna moan about it on GB News?
My goodness, to the Greens of all people. I am going to be saying this every time the Greens win literally anything from now on. I'm just like, this is like, Trans Fox Girl says only by 12%. 12% as well. It's such a big margin. Like, he really fucked it. And also, can I say this quickly? I know we're in the middle of this funny video, but here's a serious point here. The Tories didn't even get their deposit back. They were beaten by the woke Greens, but so badly that they didn't even get their deposit back. That means two things. One thing, Reform only have as much of the vote as they have there because people are united on the right in hatred of the Tories, which corollary, point two, this means Labour has to get out of the Greens' way like yesterday. Labour has to be gone just like right away. Thank you so much, Valerie the Lovely Italian, for tipping £10 and saying, I'm glad my tip made you happy last week. I hope it does again today. Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. We are now only 130 away from the donation goal. If I look at how many people are watching right now, that means if everyone watching right now tipped £3, we would hit the goal just right away. So, consider that. The woke Greens.
You gonna moan about it on GB News? How much of a loser you are? A loser to the Greens. My goodness.
My goodness. You lost to the Greens. The woke Greens.
It's bad form, isn't it, to just lash out at the winners? Not very sportsmanlike behaviour, would you say, Mr. Goodwin? How does it feel to be a loser, Mr. Goodwin? Boring. Mr. Goodwin's a loser.
Oh, it's boring. So it's so funny. I didn't hear that on any previous watches. One of them goes, "Oh, it's boring," like trying to pretend they are totally unfazed by this. But it's like, bro, we just watched your reaction to this news, and you were seething. You were cooked. You know you're cooked. You're mad as fuck about it. And now this guy's in your face going, You've lost to the woke Greens. You're such a loser to the woke Greens. There's no way. This guy is the maddest he's ever been in his life. Ever.
So are you going to rally about it on your show, GB News? Losing to the Greens? Loser to the Greens? Goodness. The Greens of all parties, the woke Greens. What a proud patriot you must be.
The woke Greens. You lost to the woke Greens. My goodness. Alright, that's that. We're going to put it away again for the minute. It's going away. It's gone. It's gone away. Anyone out here, you know what? Here is a good rule. Anyone can get the woke Greens clip back. I'm borrowing a tip from Mule here, where he does his hype train. If there are, let's say, any over £10 donos that request the woke Greens, we can go back and watch the woke Greens. I'm keeping the tab open. Fuck, I love this video. I am just like, that is in my permanent vocabulary now and forever, immediately. I just like... They've spent so long painting being woke as like this fundamentally unattractive, unappealing thing that no voter wants, that will be off-putting to absolutely everyone. And everyone wants to be woke. Everyone actually wants to live in a kinder world. Everyone wants things to be better, just to get better, you know? And now a candidate came along who was promising it, who's actually from the neighborhood that they're actually campaigning in, and like and not only ran the fucking fash out of there, but also Labour, like both massive establishment parties. Like, I earnestly, like, people who are familiar with my work will know I have been like not anti-electoral, but just like have seen that there is like nothing doing in electoral politics for the time being. I've said things like, between now and the end of the current political order, every American election will just be the fascist or not the fascist, and they're going to look more and more similar. Right? Because I think, like, until things seriously radically change in America, it's going to be like that. It's going to be like that in the UK. I think there's new notifications. Sorry, my phone's just popping up over and over again. The electoralism is just going to look like that, right? It's just going to be the fascist versus not the fascist, and the liberals get to just like gobble up your votes. And this represents a shift in that power. Like, this represents some kind of actually meaningful shift towards people. And again, I'll just keep on saying, it's just a by-election. But this is the defense we're going to see in, like, liberal slot pieces. This being just the day after... no, I'll finish my other thought first. I'm jumping around too much. When I was born, when I was just a little baby, and basically my whole life, right? And I'm nearly 30 now. It has been that there's a red and a blue in the UK, the US, and this is the way our countries work. It's just the way our countries work. That there are only two parties that can win an election. And so only those two parties will ever win an election. Everyone else is completely effectively frozen out. Something strange has happened. I think I got another tip from Sasha. Did you just tip? That hasn't come through on Streamlabs. We'll see if it does come through on Streamlabs, but I might have to update my total manually. We'll see. Sometimes Streamlabs can just be really slow. The idea that basically only these two parties can ever win an election, and now, like, the Greens are polling really well. They've won this by-election that was declared this massively important thing around the country. Labour are in the toilet. The Tories didn't even get their deposit, right? They didn't even get their deposit back. And it's not good news that this fash party reform are like taking the Tories' place. But they've gotten there, and this is important to understand, they've gotten there running like an anti-establishment ticket. Right? Not like just an anti-woke ticket or an anti-migrant ticket, but running on a platform of being anti-establishment, and that reaches out to people. And so if people remember 2016, like, for loads of people, it was really obvious that if the Democrats had run Bernie, they had a chance to... People in chat saying that the page is being weird, the donation's not working. I hate when this happens. This is very frustrating. I'm sorry, everyone, if you've... Sometimes it's like this. I will just double check on my end how things are looking. What was I saying? It was really obvious to a bunch of people in 2016 that if the Democrats had run Bernie, they could have beat Trump, and deliberately, like, pushing Bernie out. And then again in 2020 was just like was a doom for the party, because the party had affirmed its diehard commitment forever to neoliberalism, to capitalist democracy, and they need broad social democrat reforms in order to get anywhere. But now, right, because we don't have a nominee system in the same way, like America has the two parties that have gotten so entrenched in capitalist power that like there's a pretty open acknowledgement of this and all the fanfare around the selection of the two candidates who will fight. And I mean, I don't think there are going to be American elections. I don't think Trump's going to let that happen. But if there were, it would be more of the same stuff. And like, because Britain doesn't have that quite same system, we can have left parties outside of the establishment parties come forward and put forward a platform that people can just like completely abandon the establishment parties. And I think that like this is what I mean when I say Labour just has to get out of their way now. It's the only option. Like they don't understand their party is dead. Like when the Epstein, Mandelson, Prince Andrew stuff came out, Richard Branson, I should mention as well. I don't want that fucker to get away with being in the Epstein files. Okay, the tip link, I clicked it like 5 minutes ago and it's just loading a page now. So that's a nightmare. Anyway, if you are intending to tip, please do go ahead and try and tip. I do need money to live. When the Epstein, Mandelson, Prince Andrew, Richard Branson stuff came out, Jeremy Corbyn very correctly said, like, it would be hard to even correctly investigate this because so many of the people who would be doing the investigating would be implicated because it so strongly implicates so much of the political ruling class in this country. And I think at that moment, Labour was like, it wasn't because of Epstein. Like, yes, that hurt their approval even worse than it had already been. It had already been dying. But then, at like just the same exact time, Starmer stopped Andy Burnham from running in Gorton and Denton. And it was very clear Andy Burnham, Mayor of Manchester, was going to run, was going to win it, probably pretty easily, and then was going to do a leadership challenge and become the new leader of the Labour Party and therefore the new Prime Minister. And Starmer shut him down and stopped him from doing that because he didn't want that to be a leadership challenge. And so instead it ended up being like what is kind of shitty about that politics anyway, the kind of parachute candidate stuff, the internal party politicking, without the benefit of them having a really, really popular mayor of Manchester become their local MP, which they probably would have quite liked. Like, polls show that he probably could have done better than the Greens, really. So that's all a nightmare. So much aggression going on in chat right now. What's happening? Am I seeing all the... Oh, okay. It loaded perfectly this time. The tip link is now working, apparently. Don't know what's going on there. It's worth just trying it and trying it again if it doesn't work. Burnham got kicked out. Got shut down from running as an MP. That was the death of the Labour Party. In seriousness, like... Are you arranging a fight in chat? Chat, stop. VOD viewers, you see what I mean? Like, some of you have nobly... Like, Ryan, I remember they were saying, you know, chatters are being unfairly stigmatized compared to VOD viewers. But do you see the kind of behavior that's happening in chat? They're brawling with each other now. The crime is rampant in chat. Even my cops, even my mods are cheering on the fighting. There's corruption from top to bottom. We're fighting over who tips you the best, I think. Oh, well, that's fine. I can carry on then. Yeah, try the tip link again. It may work now. Anyway, Princess Back Knight 666, welcome to the stream, by the way, says the worst thing that can happen is you pay Sophie multiple times, and at that point, that's just the universe deciding you didn't give her enough for the amount you've been enjoying the stream. Oh my god. Okay, Joe just said, including or not including chat on chat violence. Jesus Christ. Okay, where were we? We're talking about Gorton and Denton. We're talking about Andy Burnham. When Andy Burnham was blocked from running in that by-election, the Labour Party died. The Labour Party is dead without a candidate to the left of Starmer to replace Starmer. Starmer is a ghoul. He has overseen a genocide. He is complicit in it. He arrested 10,000 nanas, and everyone knows it's a dire time. It's a bad fucking time for Starmer, and for everyone, and everyone fucking hates him. And if they could have had someone to his left, which Burnham wouldn't have even been like meaningfully to his left, just a bit, just had like better relationships with the unions, the Labour Party could have been steered in a different direction and could have been saved. And now there is a bunch of calculation going on about how to save the Labour Party, and they don't understand it is already too late. The Labour Party is dead. Long live the Green Party. Labour needs to get out of their way really fucking urgently. Now, oh my god, I've got so much of the wrong stuff on my screen right now. Where am I trying to go? That's really good, but not the thing I wanted. So, there is a real return of the left that we're seeing, which is absolutely fucking amazing. Since I'm scrolling my blue sky, I might as well show you my personal election result map. This is a complete Jeb victory in Gorton and Denton. As you can see, there's Levenshulme, there's Gorton, there's Denton, and there's Saddam Hussein. Sorry. Okay. You've lost to the Greens, the woke Greens. Who did actually come in lower than Monster Raving Loony Party? Advance UK. Okay, so that's one, right? If we were using them as the new bar for having to get your deposit back. Rejoin EU Party. That's a bit silly, isn't it? Libertarian Party. I had a look at the candidate and it was a little distressing. You immediately gave those kind of libertarian vibes. Social Democratic Party and Communist League, lowest vote counts. This is not that surprising. They are probably fairly small and not necessarily very well organized groups. We all love a fringe left party. They're just little guys. But on the morning of the election, yes, okay. This is something we're going to be looking at next. Let me just line that up. Where would it be? There. No, we're going to look at that properly in a second. Was there more to say about this? The woke Greens. There's an ad break coming up, by the way. Yeah, okay, I think we're going to watch an Owen Jones video describing the situation about something that happened. Broadly, my point was just the Labour Party is just definitely dead, and they can't tell anymore. they can't tell it's happened, but it's happened. We are going to look at something that the Labour Party did on election day morning, the most wonderful time of the year for a Liberal, and they sullied it. That's right, like Monsters, Inc. They sullied it. They sullied the good name of electoral Liberal politics and voting. I don't know what I'm saying. Let's watch the Owen Jones video first. All right.
Such an insane lie from the Labour Party that I was momentarily lost for words when I found out about it. Yeah, I know, it must be bad. This episode, Scandal, exposes just how desperate and deceitful and rotten the
When did Owen Jones start putting this music on his videos? Good lord.
Labour Party has become. Because they have no principles or moral compass anymore, and this is what fills the vacuum. Now, as I speak, the good people of Gorton and Denton are braving Mancunian rain to vote in a by-election in a three-way battle between Labour, Reform and the Green Party. And on the eve of polling, a leaflet was delivered through local voters' doors. It bears the logo of an organisation supposedly called Tactical Choice and reads, Vote Labour.
This shit is so cool, chat. If you don't know about this, like, seriously, if you don't know, you're about to.
Based on a new prediction published in the last 24 hours, we are recommending voting Labour. One small problem. No such organisation exists to even make such a recommendation. It's been...
That's right. Labour made up a tactical voting data analysis org and put their logo of a completely fictitious org on their leaflets. This goes deep. I have not seen other people fully reporting on this. We're going to get into it a little bit. But this is part of a broader look at like what Labour has become under Starmer. And this particular part, I'll say, under streeting. This has a lot to do with West Streeting. Okay.
Completely invented. By who? Well, the leaflet, you see, says it's been promoted on behalf of Labour candidate Angelica Stoja. That is the Labour candidate in the Gorton and Denton by-election. In other words, the Labour Party has made up a fictional, non-existent, tactical voting organisation to deceive the people of Gorton and Denton into voting for them. How can this be legal? Where's the Electoral Commission?
So there we go. That's the those are the leaflets. That's pretty fucking wild, isn't it? This stream, by the way, we will do, I'm really sure. Like, I can't know for certain, but here's my expectation. We are going to do more Hannah, Spencer, Gorton, and Denton content on the stream, but we're going to do it on future Liberal Slop streams, because this is the day after the election. They haven't had time to cope yet. If you'll remember, we started off this year with a Mamdani cope stream. And that's another axis we should discuss all of this through is... Wait 1 second. We should look at this next to Mamdani's victory, I think, in some regards. But there hasn't been time for slop ed writers to bring out their best explanations of why it actually doesn't matter at all and they're totally not mad and it doesn't mean anything whatsoever. But if they do, and I think they will, we will come back to that on future streams. This is just... Things can only get coper. Oh, they're going lib mode. Everyone's going lib mode. Even the stream, even this, don't know if you ever expected a Sophie from Mars electoral politics stream, but that's the way that things are turning, baby. The revolution is in swing, and that means that there is more engagement from the left in electoral politics as well as bigger organizing. We're all going lib mode. It's the year of libbing out. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using command tip. If the tip link keeps not working, I'm keeping an eye on my phone for notifications about tips coming in. I will say again that if people... I just got another one that it's not showing up on the stream at all. If either of those ones that have not shown up onto the stream were requests for the woke greens video, you can just tell me and I'll play it. That's fine. We're trying to hit 470. I'll update the bar to include the missing ones when I go for a break. This is to help me to afford rent and food and bills and medicine. Yeah, okay. We're going to look more at these leaflets now. Let's have a little look, because I think this is some really interesting stuff. And as I say, this is not a proper lib-slop stream. I have a little bit of lib-slop as a lovely treat. This is a victory stream for the woke greens, my goodness! My goodness, the woke greens. Okay, so I had a look at the pamphlet. This pamphlet that was put in the doors of the residents of Gorton and Denton yesterday morning, the morning of the election. Absolutely scummy. As you can see, they've said tactical choice on them. They've put the logo of a made up polling organization that is supposedly for tactical voters, people who want not to support a particular party, but to stop something or to create a different outcome than a particular party winning. So it's tactical voting, and they're claiming they've looked at all the data, and the tactical choice says vote Labour, based on a new prediction published in the last 24 hours. Now, that's quite an interesting claim, because as well as there not being an org called Tactical Choice, this prediction they're referring to, where's that from, right? If Tactical Choice simply doesn't exist, then who would have made this prediction? I hear everyone in chat asking, I'm sure. Okay, we're definitely just not getting any alerts for donations. I appreciate everyone who is donating so much. I don't know if I should kill the widget that handles donos and re-add it or something. Thank you so much to people who are tipping. If you're trying to, it's coming through, it's just not showing up on the stream for some reason. So where would they have published the prediction that Labour was the correct party to vote for if you're a tactical voter, if tactical choice simply doesn't exist? Well, my lovely chatters. My goodness, the woke greens, it's become my permanent cadence even. I've got a brainworm now, just like RFK. Well, here we have a bar chart showing different percentages, showing that Reform is at 32%, that's hidden behind my camera here, Labour at 31%, Green at 28%, which you can't see where the bar for 32% is exactly, but they've made the gap between 31% and 28% quite extra big. And here we'll see that it says the source is Britain Predicts. This is Britain Predicts, not including polling, funded by Green Party donors. Now, chat, I'm an epistemologist, not a journalist. I'm not a fact checker. I'm not an investigative reporter. But sometimes I have a fun time digging through sources and trying to see what's going on. So we wonder, who are Britain Predicts, since they are not Tactical Choice, the made-up org? Well, this is bad. It's really bad. It's really bad. And regular viewers of the Liberal Slop stream are in for a special treat. Like, seriously. Okay. Britain predicts... Oh, it's not going to all be on screen, unfortunately. Britain predicts was built by Ben Walker of Britain Elects and Michael Goodyear and Josh Raymond of The New Statesman. It's the New Statesman, the Labour Rights, specifically the Labour Rights paper of record, the lib slop publication that exists to defend the perspective of the Labour right and of Starmerism as a project. 3 guys, one of them is from Britain Elects. 2 of them are from the New Statesman. Except guess what? The other guy is also from the New Statesman. He's their data scientist. They just claimed he's from Britain Elects. They just called him from Britain Elects to throw off the fact that this is 3 guys from the New Statesman who created Britain Predicts, the statistical model that is cited in the disinfo leaflets spread to Gorton and Denton residents on the morning of the election. Okay. And then we have not including polling funded by Green Party donors. Now, chat. Chibi Gojira says, okay, so it's the NYT. Yes, it is like the British NYT. Absolutely. That's a really good comparison. Like, we look at both on the Liberal Slop stream, right? I have looked around a little bit, and I haven't found any access to Britain Predicts, the data, the polling model, the statistical model that Britain Elects and the New Statesman have. Ratfrick says, if you're writing fiction, why not just make it all up? Because they need to launder. They want to have excuses ready, but it got picked up too quickly as a story that they were just lying for them to do anything about it. And now they're just hoping everyone forgets about it. People should not forget about it. Because fuck the Labour Party forever. Fuck the Labour right. And unless all of them are purged from the party, no one on the left can trust Labour ever again. No trans person, no one who cares at all about the Palestinians, no union can trust the Labour Party ever fucking again unless the entire Labour right is purged. Starmer, Mandelson and McSweeney going was a positive step. It has to be Starmer, it has to be Streeting, it has to be every motherfucker on their faction in the party has to be gone for anyone to vote for Labour. Because there needs to be a complete deep change in what the party just represents at core. This unbelievably scummy move, right? I know as a matter of fact that the people at the New Statesman are very closely in contact with the Labour right. Wes Streeting wrote an article in the New Statesman weeks ago. Like, just a few weeks ago. These people are like this. And I can't find public access to Britain Predicts. And I can't find this particular poll published by them. So I think they must have worked together to deliberately produce a poll where they have removed polling done. Now, again, let's have a look at this because it's really slimy shit. Not including polling funded by Green Party donors. So what happened there was they saw polling, specifically the Omnisys polling, which was funded by Opal Limited, which is founded by Brian Eno and some others who are also a donor org to the Green Party. The polling said that the Greens were in the lead. And you can look through all the methodology of that. Unlike Britain Elects, you can look through all of the methodology of that, which was they paid a third party polling org, right, to conduct this polling, and it found Greens are in the lead. And they were right, because Greens won. And in response to this, the Labour right have gone to their friend, Ben Walker, the guy who does this statistical model, and they've said, we need data that excludes the polls that say Green are good, and we need to use it to produce this pamphlet. Now, okay, I am now speculating. I actually don't know any of this stuff. I actually don't know this for sure. I can't say conclusively that this happened. I have, however, asked Britain-elects on Blue Sky to please comment on the pamphlet, because they are cited as a source in the pamphlet and their model isn't available publicly. So for them to have made a prediction that excludes Green Party polling, surely they have to have been working directly with the people in the Labour right. And that seems like an entirely plausible thing, given that they know each other. But I can't say that for sure. So I'm not saying that for sure, because of British libel laws. But I would really love if Britain-elects could comment on the pamphlet and the fact that they are the source stated in the pamphlet for used to deliberately disinform voters on the morning of an election. Something that I think probably counts as some kind of electoral crime, if I'm being totally real with you about this. Okay. So, the Electoral Commission needs to look into this pamphlet. The Labour Party is definitely in trouble, and if Ben Walker and the New Statesman and Britain-elects had nothing to do with this, they should say so very loudly, in my opinion. Okay. That's all fucking wild to me. I dug into Britain-elects a little bit more. It turns out that it was founded by Ben Walker and a trans woman who sadly died, and it makes me really fucking sad that someone would have worked closely with a trans woman and been, presumably been close friends, and is now supporting the Labour right as they devastate the lives of trans people and they kill trans people. That's really fucking sad to me. That said, Ben Walker seems to be just a data nerd. He seems to be a data nerd doing a job, and he should probably distance himself from the pamphlet publicly if he had nothing to do with it. And to check out the flavor of data nerd that he is, I think we're going to read an article from the New Statesman by Ben Walker about the Green result. The woke Greens. Okay, here we go. Willow Treason says, data scientist is a hilarious job role, not data analyst, but specifically scientist. One can only assume he is toiling away in little lab coats synthesizing never-seen-before forms of data. Yes, he is synthesizing data that says the Labour right is a viable electoral strategy. He's synthesizing it. Okay. The Greens now have a very, very high ceiling, says Ben Walker. The Greens have scored a shock win over the incumbent Labour Party in the Manchester, Gorton and Denton by-election. Chat, if you don't know this, by the way, Labour has had this seat for 98 years. Like, this is an absurdly safe Labour seat, and them losing to the woke Greens, my goodness! It's big news. Okay. By-election. Hannah Spencer, the Green candidate, won with 14,980 votes to the Reform Party's Matt Goodwin, who got 10,578 votes. Angelique Stogia, the Fall Guy Labour candidate for the Starmer blunder of blocking Andy Burnham, won just 9,364 votes. The Greens have secured the seat not by the slimmest of margins, but by a margin over and above what anything a reasoned forecaster, including this one, could conjure. Off the charts, and there's the, whoa, look at that. That's Britain Predicts forecast there. Not to be confused with Britain Predicts forecast here. This is Britain Predicts forecast with green as tactical voting choice. The above result represents one of the greatest calamities to hit the Labour Party for more than a generation. It comes in the shape of the Green Party, a large, viable, organised electoral vehicle, aiming to replace Labour at the polls, should it not rise to the challenge and change. Born out in one by-election, the Greens' ability to repeat this feat at the next and in demographic waters not quite so friendly is yet to be seen. But no longer is it a fringe force. The Greens are here, and they're here to stay. The woke Greens, they're here to stay! My goodness. They lost to the woke Greens. That's crazy. I'm going to check the messages of these donos, because if anyone has actually requested that we watch that video again, I'm just going to put it on absolutely immediately. Oh my goodness. My goodness. The woke Greens. The implications for this by-election loss could not be more severe for Labour. It says to the 1 in 3 current Labour voters, also giving thought to voting for the Greens, they are no longer a wasted vote. It may will into being a polling upsurge that would upend Labour as the second or third most popular party in the country right now. It may push Labour to fourth and the Greens to third or second. Interesting that once again, liberal publications are unwilling to even reckon with the possibility that we could actually just win. You know? It's too dangerous to hope. Hope is too scary. Or second. Going green is a tempting prospect for a third of the Labour vote. There we see. Practically, it could amount to a 4 percentage point transfer from Labour to Green in the polls. Possible gains in May in London and urban Northern England, as well as Wales and Scotland, would embed the feeling that the Labour Party is no longer the preeminent party of the left. Further. Oh, it would embed further. Yes, would embed the feeling the Labour Party is no longer the preeminent party for the left. Further. Got it. And this may sound a little existential and downstream of sleep deprivation, but it's not without cause. That so many of the Labour base are giving thought to a force that has dispensed with Labour in one of its safer seats, all the while sitting in the mid-teens on the opinion polls, a few points from them, is no dampener on expectations. It does the opposite. It tells the Greens to go for gold. All of it, I have to say, was totally avoidable for Labour. I think we all agree on that. The decision by the party's ruling national executive, at the behest... I think my phone's just having a shit time as well. I don't know if this is a problem with my accounts in some way. The decision by the party's ruling national executive at the behest of Keir Starmer and Morgan McSweeney to bar the mayor of Greater Manchester, Andy Burnham, from being eligible to stand for the Gorton and Denton seat was a calculation to save their own skin. Burnham is popular with the rank and file. A majority of members want him to be Labour leader today, not tomorrow. It's a cute way to say it. The argument, too, that they couldn't risk the Greater Manchester mayoralty falling reforms way fails to stand up to scrutiny. Voters demonstrated in Gorton and Denton their willingness to search for the best vehicle to contain reform. In elections such as mayoral elections, in which candidates receive second preference votes, arguments which fear a reform victory ring statistically hollow at best, or willfully naive at worst. Sam Vega 8FP says, by the way, welcome to the chat, I see you're a first-time chatter, says, Starmer is going to calculate to save his own skin to the point that the Labour Party will never hold power again. Yes, absolutely. I think, as I said earlier on the stream for people who were here, I do think blocking Burnham was the moment the Labour Party died. The party is now dead, and it was because of doing that specifically. And now they've lost to the woke Greens. My goodness. In response, the voters rejected Starmer's Labour handily, and for the councillors and parliamentarians in marginal and Green-friendly seats, that decision may prove worse than bankrupting. Brand Burnham, strange way to put it. Brand Burnham does eons better than the Labour brand among Conservative, Green and Reform voters, knowing almost half those that the Green nationally look upon. Knowing almost half those that vote Green nationally look upon the Manchester mayor favourably will likely be a sore stat for beleaguered Labour campaigners nursing blisters and bruises after a gruelling and at times abusive election campaign. The death rattle for Starmer's Labour. This would be a great time, by the way, for him to mention that the Britain Elects' model was used in dirty Labour tricks in the by-election campaign. I think that would be a good time to disavow that behaviour, you know, Ben. The death rattle for Starmer's Labour is forced not just from the right, in the Durhams and Doncasters of the world, but also on the left, in the Lancasters and Longsights. As one councillor intoned to me in the early hours, no candidate or campaign can undo how we are governing. Indeed. Interesting piece. Again, I think this guy is a bit of a data nerd, a bit like a bit limited in his sight by being a data nerd in the way that data nerds often are, but also like, yeah, broadly a bit harmless other than working for the New Statesman. I would like him to distance himself from the leaflet thing. I think it's interesting, and I'd love to chat with you all about this. Interesting to see this this take is one of the like kind of obviously figurable takes from the Labour perspective right now, right? It's like, well, we know that was a mistake. Starmer shouldn't have blocked Burnham. Like, I've been saying this too, right? And you don't have to go out of your way to say things like Labour has massively alienated its base and lost voters because of how Starmer has been governing. This stuff has to change. Ben Walker has still said this to some degree. Chat, give me your thoughts on the article and what it's trying to do. I think this one's not, nearly as aggressive a piece of liberal slop as we've seen in recent streams. I am going to try and fix this dono thing, so I might be kind of quiet for a second. Get your messages in now. I'm also going to put some music on for a sec. It's going to be a semi-break. Okay, I have maybe fixed things. I don't know what's going on. Sorry, this has all been such a mess. Once again, feels like if I've just been working on this, it's a good time to mention it. If you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer, or donate directly using command tip. It might be difficult. Consider reloading the page a bunch until it works. If it isn't working, the money appears to be coming through to me, although my PayPal's being weird. I had to restart the dono thing in order for it to show the correct number. We are aiming for 470 on this stream. That means we are £105 away from the target at the moment, which means that if everybody watching gave only £2, we would get there basically immediately, and that would be really, really cool. Okay, chat, what do we think about this article we just read? Maybe everything's running really slow because of that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. I think I might have been making my computer way, way slow with this. Although my phone is also having the problem, so I don't know. Maybe it's not. Yeah, whatever. Okay, so Sir Goosebumps, great username, welcome to the stream. Sir Goosebumps says it tries to rebrand the failure of Labour as a matter of choosing the wrong individual to run instead of as a failure of Labour's policies. Yes, I think broadly that's a reasonable take. I think that this helps them to create a nice distance from really reckoning with things properly. I think that, like, in the wake of something that shows that they've clearly really fucked up, picking just a specific this was the specific fuck up. Like, this was the specific way that we made a mistake here, and we should have done this one thing differently. And it's like, the thing is, if Burnham had been allowed to run, had won, and was allowed to do a leadership challenge, and then became leader, that's already quite a lot of ifs, actually. And if all of those things had worked just great, then on top of all of that, there would have still been a ton of work to do in changing how the party works, like, quite radically, before Labour would be able to win back the voters that it's lost. And that's because they've actually been running for, like, quite a long time, a massive shift to the right, not just to chase reform. People talk about it as chasing reform, but, like, deliberately to push against leftist currents in the party, to, like, in their view, undo the damage of Corbyn. That stuff, like, there would be so much work for them to do, even if they had pulled off the pulling in Burnham, who I think is probably the only, like, viable figure to save the party at this time. And I think that, like, yeah, highlighting this as this one single mistake they've made lets them off the hook for things like supporting genocide. Although, again, like, this article mentions some of this, like, that it's a problem of Starmer's style of government. But that doesn't mean that it's clearly pointing to someone being in charge who would have a meaningfully different style of government, and that's kind of the thing that matters. Okay. What are we going to look at next? Yes, this is quite significant. So, oh, I'm on the wrong thing. Oh, I'm still on the wrong thing. This is such a tech disaster of a stream. Ah, PayPal says they're having problems. We've solved the mystery. We've gotten to the core of it. It's the thing in common with all the systems that are not working is the thing that's having the big problem. Oh, comment from Willow Treason here. The article is trying to reassert the fascist versus budget fascist dichotomy. Very nice. by still framing it all through the exclusive lens of who can beat reform, instead of considering what the actual fucking thing is that people want to vote for and the fact that Labour have not possessed it in a long time. I like that comment quite a lot. Yeah, I think that the current political... Another way to look at this statement that I've made, right? Until the end of the current political order, all elections are going to be the fascist versus not the fascist. Another way to look at this is the current political order is maintained on the two legs of the fascist and not the fascist. And if there is a possibility for like power to rest somewhere else, this order comes apart. So if democratic power can be taken by someone else, then yeah, the you know, technically not the fascist, or Willow here said the budget fascist, massively loses out. You know, that's terrifying for them. We are sorry, the post is on Mule's Blue Sky, and I saw another of Mule's posts and it made me laugh. You know what, let's look at that one too, actually. The one that made me laugh was this: lots of Labour MPs rebelling, incredibly good weekend for revenge. Fuck Keir Starmer and his wet suits of flesh made in a politician factory. You will be humiliated forever. Good post. Certified good post by the boy. Well done, Mule. But we were actually going to look here. Now, this... Before we get into this, this makes me happy. It makes me quite emotional. There is something here from your party, their response to the Gorton and Denton election, and I want to talk about it. I want to talk about the possible repercussions of this, what this could mean, because this is like... This has so much to do with how we win. Like, seriously, it's been my job to think very hard about revolution and politics and how we get to a better world, and try and keep an eye on utopia and the steps between here and there. And, you know, I'm using the word utopia deliberately because, you know, as Ruth Levitas calls it in her book, utopia as method, I do think that it is an important part of our political practice to keep an eye on utopia at all times. The fact to me that there is a socialist faction, a red faction of the political world in the UK right now, and a green faction is very exciting. As a big fan of the Mars trilogy, but these two as competing factions obviously run into serious problems. And we haven't actually talked about your party so far on the stream. So chat, let me know if you have no idea what I mean when I say your party. But there's something very exciting to get into here. As competing factions, they define a space. They circumscribe a space. I'm over here saying the way we have to do this is all about workers' rights and having a strong organized working class, and the way we do the revolution towards the world that we all want is with a proletarian revolution and a dictatorship of the proletariat with focus on workers' councils, Soviets, collective leadership. I think the most important thing is the climate, and to get to the world that we all agree that we want, we have to focus on climate change, and we have to fight the billionaire class, but we also have to enable a just transition to a net zero Britain. And between these two, a space is described in which it is a given assumption, as powerfully as the given assumptions in liberal slop work, it is a given assumption we are operating on that we all want the same world where the billionaire class, the Epstein class, has been abolished, and the worker is entitled to the fruits of their own labor, where people are treated equally, where everyone receives the things that they need and contributes the things that they are able, and on towards a world where the deeper questions of life can matter and be put into serious practice, right? Where we could meaningfully do something about the meat industry, say, if you're a vegan, a world where we could expend resources not on competing to have the shiniest new gizmo produced, the new Labubu or whatever, and instead on fucking solving cancer, on exploring space, on massive projects of reforestation to actively improve the climate even. All of that is described by them being in an amount of conflict or pulling in different directions that share a common direction between them, right? But to win in the election system that we currently have, at least, until it can be instituted that there are things like proportional voting, alternative vote systems, where coalitions of smaller parties who pull in this direction are represented together by this shared direction, kind of by the nature of the system. Until we are in that position, they need to work together. Here is the statement. This is why I'm so excited. This is why I'm talking about utopia. This is why I'm talking about winning. Here we go. From your party. Our statement on Hannah Spencer's stunning win in Gorton and Denton. Huge congratulations to Hannah Spencer on an inspiring and well-deserved victory. Against the poisonous rhetoric of reform and the cynical do-nothing politics of Labour, Hannah showed that hope for a different world can win. Moving forward, your party will work together with the Greens as friends and allies, not opponents. A new movement is rising, one that takes on the rich and powerful, puts ordinary people before corporate profits, and opposes the scapegoating of migrants and minorities. Together, we can turn the tide. With the woke Greens, my goodness. The woke Greens. Okay. So, if people don't know loads about your party, they are pitching themselves as, to some degree, a radical experiment in democracy, and the whole thing is about Sorry, I'm having infinite problems with tech today. The whole thing is that their membership are going to decide all of their policies and who their leader is and how the party functions, and at every level democracy will be like meaningfully in charge of the party, is the idea. And this is very exciting because it represents like the possibility of something like workers' council, some kind of like fractally built up radical democracy that like has the power to meaningfully change how politics works. It's also a kind of fascinating fusion of the older socialist idea of the Vanguard Party and anarchist direct democracy, because it's a party made up of the people who support the party, who have a say in what happens in it. And yeah, it's really interesting. I'm a little sad to see that they've now elected Jeremy Corbyn as the leader and said, he'll be prime minister if they win. I kind of wanted them to go collective decision making all the way and just say like if we win, there will not be a prime minister, there will be a central committee of elected committee members. I think that would kind of whip. But TransFoxGirl1312 saying, as far as I'm concerned, your party already cooked itself. I think that's an unproductive view. I think that like they're not doing super well, but they also like just got going. Like I just don't think it's like helpful to say that like they're cooked. Like everything that's happened so far is stuff that they like is like teething problems, and like we want them to do better than they're doing, but they are still just getting going, and they're doing something very, very ambitious. Like there was a controversy, if people aren't aware of this, that one of the people who joined your party, one of the MPs who defected to your party, when it was like a coalition of independent MPs and deciding what it was going to be, and the main uniting thing that it was people who were opposed to the genocide in Gaza. That, what am I trying to say? One of those MPs, or a couple of them, were like transphobes. One of them was a landlord. It was really dire. People were really pissed about it. And then the conference got together and they voted and made like fighting for trans liberation part of the core Your Party platform. And that MP, the transphobic landlord, quit because they were too woke. He lost to the woke yours. Stupid. Willow Treason says, I know a couple of Your Party folks. They're cool and infinitely more patient than me. I feel like critical support should be pretty uncontroversial. I think that's more or less where I'm at. I think that if I might expand for a minute, and this will be like big Sophie theory head time, but on what I said before, like a fusion of horizontal anarchist direct democracy and the older socialist idea of the vanguard party, right? Vanguard parties are meant to serve as a hub of organizing because dual power, the model of revolution that socialists have been working with since the since the Bolsheviks, really, is Transfox Girl says, I don't trust Demsocks. I don't trust factionalism and discourse that's dividing up socialists. Since the Bolsheviks, the model for socialist revolution in the imperial core has been dual power. We build up a... sorry, I'm getting distracted again. But Furball, first time chatter, welcome to the stream. Lovely to have you here. Says, first time listener, first time caller. I thought the stream title was Greens Win in Detroit. Didn't realize they'd gone international so fast. I think the Green Party in the UK is older than the US. It might be, I'm not sure. But they are not the same thing. And this is a British special stream focusing on British politics because we've had our big win in Gorton and Denton yesterday. The old socialist idea of the Vanguard Party is supposed to serve as a hub for organizing. It's not just an electoral party like we're used to in electoral politics, but actively like building up programs, building up power that makes a parallel power structure that can contain more and more of the population and allow them to withdraw their labor from the pre-existing structure so that the pre-existing structure is weakened as the new one is strengthened, leading to ultimately the new one taking over. And this is what happened in the Russian Revolution. If you read Bolshevik accounts of it, you'll get a very Bolshevik biased account of it. Obviously, it's a very pluralistic revolution, as all revolutions must be really to succeed. And this is the model, and so the Vanguard Party is meant to be this like hub. Increasingly though, leftists in the imperial core are anarchist and don't want there to be like a leader, a center, a hub. They don't want vanguardism. And it's really interesting, I think, to see Corbyn and other like old Labour Party socialists now working with people who, like, Corbyn gave an interview about your party and he said it's more horizontal and it's experimenting with more radical direct democracy. It's interesting to see them bring some degree of like the theory of the old socialist labor together with like modern anarchist approach. Yeah, it's interesting and it's cool. Gerodimus Prime says, hey, at Sophie from Mars, real quick question for the people in the back. What does Bolshevik mean in Russian? Bolshevik means the majority. There was a particular vote within the Communist Party that the Bolsheviks and Mensheviks were in before they split. There was a particular vote, and Lenin, as he loved to do always, because he was a massive diva, basically forced the vote through while there were not many of his enemies present, so that the numbers would reflect his opinion. And the people on his side named themselves the majority because they had the majority in that particular vote or on that particular day, and they named their enemies the Mensheviks, which is the minority, even though the Mensheviks were actually the statistical majority of the overall group and a bigger party. Just raw diva shit the whole way through. What a diva that Vladimir Ilyich was. Okay. So, the stock market's having a terrible time. So, the Willow Treason says, damn, could have made a great data scientist. Yeah. So, what was I going to say? In the context of the UK, where we are, like, currently continually fucked over by the ruling class in electoral politics, is that the left is split up into loads of tiny little parties because people are super factionalist and find it impossible to form a coalition together. This means that right-wing parties who hold a statistical minority of the vote, and like the right wing represents a smaller portion of the population overall in just like every way around, they keep on winning because they can get behind one right-wing party at a time. It was the Tories, now it's Reform. Whereas Labour, Your Party, SNP, Lib Dem, Plaid Cymru, Sinn Féin, or whatever, I don't know, the Greens, it goes on and on, actually. There are a million little left parties, and they're all split to little pieces. But if we had alternative voting as a system, or we had proportional representation as a system, alternative voting is basically you say, my first choice is I'd like to vote for the Greens, but I wouldn't mind voting for Your Party. So they're number 2, and number 3, I guess, is the Socialist Party, and number 4 is the Communist Party. I'm just trying to pick some stuff off the top of my head who are kicking around, and not say Labour, because fuck Labour. And then if it's ranked choice, that's exactly it. Yeah. So ranked choice voting would be one thing that would help here, is that the votes from one party, if that party is not going to win, can pass on to a different party who then might win overall. And how this would shake out is leftist parties winning more, or we could have proportional representation like Germany does, and basically like the proportion of the vote determines how many people wind up actually in there, and it means you basically always have a coalition government. You have a coalition government at all times, and I think the biggest party gets to seat the chancellor in German parliament, but it's made up of people working together based on who were the biggest shareholders of the vote. So yes, there might be, if we looked at the polling in the country at the moment, there might be 20 to 30% of the whole government would be reform because they've successfully propagandized and misinformed a lot of the population. But say that third is reform, and then 20% or less now, I guess, is Labour, but then another 20% is Green, and another 20% is your party or whatever, like this, and it quickly adds up to be far, far, far greater than the right-wing vote within Parliament, and the right wing wouldn't be able to get anything through, and would basically lose, any votes on anything. And so, both of these systems are basically more representative of democracy and of reality, and reality has a left-wing bias, and so we use first past the post instead, which is simply there to protect right-wing reactionary power. I don't know if people completely understand. I don't know if everyone here watching is somewhere where you use first past the post. And I'm not sure if people who are in first past the post electoral system countries understand this either. But if it came down to it, a first past the post system would give the vote to literally, this is what the first part means, literally whose votes were counted first. If there were two parties that both went past the post, it would be the first one counted. That's completely insane. That's just that doesn't make any fucking sense. Anyway. So, there's an ad break coming up, by the way, which is a good reminder to everyone to subscribe, especially because then you can use all the really cool emotes that are available. You could go, let's see what kind of mode you could go. I've got Valentina Tereshkova, the first woman in space. You could go Valentina Tereshkova mode. That's pretty cool. If you subscribe, you got Ezra Klein. You could go Ezra Klein mode if you want. I don't know who wants to do that, though. I've got, I put Lenin in a spacesuit. You could go Space Lenin mode. That's another one. Anyway, subscribe, cheer, donate directly using command tip. Even if my PayPal is being a nightmare tonight, I'm sure if you can get the process to go through, it will arrive with me at some point. If we beat the stream goal, but it doesn't show it on stream, I'll still add an extra stream on to next month. And watching currently, we have 54 viewers. So again, if everybody just donated £2, we would... if everybody just donated £2, we would hit the goal immediately, which would be really cool. Again, I do this for a living, make content. I mean, my main thing is video essays, but I stream also as part of my work. This is work. I'm doing labor right now. It's nice when I get paid for it, so please consider paying for it. Catgirl Steph says, I'm going CIA femboy emote, Lenin emote mode, femboy Lenin, best Lenin. I'm not sure that CIA femboy and Lenin can be reconciled. They're just very different. They're that's getting Hegelian almost. They are thesis and antithesis. Okay, so we read Ben Walker. The Greens have a very high ceiling. Ben Walker is extremely doubtful of whether the Greens can be viable on a national stage. Of course he is. He's a New Statesman writer. That's what he loves to think. Husker, welcome to the stream. It's lovely to have you here. Husker says, juggling a bit of a bit, but thought I'd hop in to hear some seldomly heard hopeful voices from Turf Island, even those jaded on electoralism. Well, this is exactly it. I think that the reason I'm going lib mode, chat, can we all get an I'm going lib mode in chat, everybody? Just spam it right in there. The reason I'm going lib mode on this, the reason I'm so hopeful with the Gorton and Denton by-election is, firstly, it's a safe Labour seat. It's been a Labour seat for 98 years. It's amazing that they lost it, and even more amazing that they lost it to the Greens. But I think that it comes back to this. I've been saying the current political order is going to be the fascist versus not the fascist until the end of the current political order. And if new types of candidates, a Hannah Spencer, a Zach Polanski, a Zoran Mamdani, a little Blorbo, a little leftist Blorbo, if they appear in the electoral landscape, that means the political order is actually ending. We're going lib mode. We're going lib mode. So it's like I'm not jaded on electoralism as in like as a whole. Sorry. That's whole with a W, like entirely in Gestalt. I'm not saying. Never mind. Okay. Lorcan says, according to a Gallup poll, more Americans are sympathetic for Palestinians than Israelis, the first time this has ever happened since they started polling the topic 25 years ago. Yes, things are really meaningfully changing, and I think, like, the politics of despair is simply cooked. Like, if you make your money off of being, like, snarky and miserable, you have nothing meaningful and helpful to say. Hey, Vord. At this point, like that's the thing. Like doomerism is simply cooked, does appear just as a not only naive but very privileged perspective to just like at this point, because people are changing so rapidly, the political landscape is changing so rapidly, and so yeah, I'm not in Gestalt, in totality. I'm not jaded on all electoralism. It's the bourgeois liberal democracy. And Lenin himself even said, like, we must take part in some amount of a bourgeois democracy in order to gain the power we can gain by doing it. What I'm completely jaded on, like completely like have no interest in, is the discourses that belong to bourgeois liberal democracy only. The discourses that cannot be separated out from bourgeois liberal democracy, and are therefore like entirely trapped within that political order. The same one I'm saying is now seemingly coming to an end. Chat, give me your Mamdani and Hannah Spencer thoughts. I think this is an interesting one. You know, since we're on the topic of things coming, this political order coming to an end. I think that's what we're looking at now, and I think that's very interesting. What I'm going to say is, I've been streaming for 2.5 hours now. I would really appreciate if people donated. I know that the stream thing, the alert seems to be broken, but if you can donate, please do donate. If you can't, consider subscribing to my Patreon or subscribing. We're going to read one article, and it's been 2.5 hours I've been doing this now, so I think we'll do this one, and then we're going to go on a little break. And I wonder if restarting the stream would help. No, it's probably my PayPal having problems. That's the issue. We'll read this article and we'll have a little break to get a hot drink. I'm going to stretch my legs, just walk around the house a little bit. And then we'll carry on with more liberal slop. Okay, where were we before? Hannah Spencer, the victor, the woke Greens, my goodness, in Gorton and Denton, and Mamdani in New York. Catgirl Steph said, I hope they don't get corrupted. That's an interesting comment. This is why we have little guyology. This is why it's important for us to... I'm not actually gone off screen, to be clear. I'm just showing off my collection of little guys. this is why we have the study of the little guys. Not, of course, Keir Starmer, but, people like Zach, Zoran, Hannah Spencer. They will do shit that violates a completely stainless moral record. I'm saying that as a matter of fact. They will. The thing is that they're just little guys. They are blorbos. They will do stuff that is kind of fucked, and at that point, you will make a choice as to whether they're still your blorbo. Lil Zoran here, you will decide at some point. Well, he's clearing out the homeless encampments. Is he still your blorbo? Oh, I'm justifying it. I've got a... Well, he was doing it so that they could be relocated into shelters. They'd be safer from the storm, but it's upending a bunch of people. People are still... it's difficult. And so you decide he's still your blorbo. You justify it that way. Or you say, no, he's not. You see there's a thing going around at the moment, Mamdani not doing enough on trans youth medicine closures, right? That's like a point where I'm sure that some people watching this stream might consider making him no longer their blorbo. Each thing that happens like this will test your devotion to your favorite little guy in electoral politics. And the reality of it is they are people who are trying to help, and people who have, at least to begin with, principles and a desire to help within a system that, for some, it corrupts. It offers access to vulnerable people. It offers money. It offers goods. It offers a lifestyle. It brings out the worst in people. And this is what, Steph's talking about, saying, I hope they don't get corrupted. But also, when liberals talk about, tough grown-up politics, it's because the pragmatic realities of hours in the day and funding and energy lead people to make tough choices between where they want to focus their energy, and it won't agree with you. And it certainly won't agree. It won't agree with anyone who is approaching politics from the sidelines and hoping for a perfectly idealistic outcome. It will shatter your utopianism necessarily, and every time it does, you will just make a choice: is this person still my blorbo or not? And that's why we have to understand the blorbo politics of electoralism. Why we have to understand they're just little guys, because the people who still like them, you're not gonna very successfully talk them out of liking them, because to them they're just a little guy. They're just a little guy. They're just a little guy. Just a little guy, right? Marxism, Leninism, blorboism. Jenny Azoth says, I have no more blorbos, and yet you are watching a stream right now. We all have blorbos. We all do, and I think it's good to admit it. I think it's good to make peace with it, and to and then to get over it, right? Just be like, I'm sure this person who is after all a flesh and blood human being will do things that will make me go, are they still my blorbo? I'm not sure, and question it, and then just ultimately decide, you care in a way that is mostly like a sports ball fan cheering for the team that you like. And you might just carry on liking them, and that might be fine. And it's actually a good way, I think, like understanding little guyism. A good way to break out of some of the like black and white and often very like punitive and carceral mindset that social media trains us all in. Social media trains us in a nuanceless, black and white, punitive, carceral response to the entire world in which the people you like and you are holy, sacred, good people. And the people you hate, your enemies, are ontologically evil, and all violence against them is justified. Haska says, I think my blowbow is Subcommandant Marcos. I think you need to say more about that. Row the Fair Thing Lion says, I'm very happy / grateful that Tumblr dialect has breached containment like this. I just think blowbows are really important to electoral politics. They're just a little guy. You just have to understand, like, Zoran, he's just a little guy. He's just a little guy, you know? Hannah Spencer, she's just a little lady. She's just a little lady. You know, you can't be mad at her. You can't convince me to be mad at her, because she's just a little lady. She's just my little guy. Okay. Husker had a wall of text. Before that, we had Vordrella. I hope Mamdani inspires the world round. That being said, I also hope they don't suddenly decide to get rid of him. Yeah, I think he's not radical enough for them to try and get rid of him. Just gonna say it. Just like, he is quite inspiring in the realm of electoral politics and pushing people in the right direction, and getting people to realize that, like, offering leftist ideas and policies to people is actually popular, really popular, and will make a huge difference. But he's not actually, like, super radical, as evidenced by the fact that he has real policies, like, by which I mean that, like, he has policies that work within the current mode of production and the current hyper-capitalist, hyper-alienated framework. Like, his policies are on the far left end of anything imaginable or permissible in the real world in New York right now, and that's, like, it's pretty radical. It's not enough of a threat that they would want to get rid of him, I think. Willow Treason says, liberal discourse is a labyrinth in the same way as House of Leaves. I haven't read House of Leaves, unfortunately. Labyrinth doesn't hold a secret. Exploring it only leads to dead ends and monsters. The only thing to be learned about a labyrinth is how to escape. Yes. Good take. Okay, we're down to Husker's wall of text. Here we go. I think you've summed it up well. I was perhaps too hyperbolic by saying jaded on electoralism, but we've all had a deep cynicism of the process massaged into our skulls on both sides of the pond for a very long time. Mamdani, it's the same dual power argument, but it's the same FDR quote, make me do it. I don't know the FDR quote. FDR addressing socialist activists towards pressuring him on progressive advances while he knows the constraints of public office. The moment we think any elected official is a saint, we've lost the plot. Yep, I like it. I broadly like it. I think that Mamdani doesn't fit all that much into doesn't fit all that much into a dual power model of revolution. I think that, like, again, as I said, revolutions are pluralistic, and oh my god, my alert is so big now. Revolutions are pluralistic, and also some amount of engaging with bourgeois electoralism is helpful within a dual power model of revolution. But I don't think that Mamdani, he has to make deliberate pushes outside of the office of mayor, I think, in order to make some kind of dual power work that way. Okay. Vord says, are they renegades, Spencer and Mamdani, or are they limited by the system at a moment? Is there a true ceiling above them, or did they give up, or did they go evil, or are they always pretending? Oh, this is about blobos in general, I guess. Or are they always just pretending? I think that's... I can't really imagine the person who's, like, just pretending. I think this is, like, a fictitious psychopath, to some degree. Yeah, I don't think... When people are comfortable lying for money in politics, they go right-wing. Right. It's about the system. It's about the incentives of the system and class incentives that are granted to people once they are in the system in a way that gives them power. Willow Treason says, representative democracy is also often a system of knowledge filtering. The fewer the people, the less beholden / with access to the knowledge of those they govern, the less they are capable of perceiving / understanding. Yes, I think that's true as well. I think it's very strong that Mamdani and Spencer, one good comparison we can make between them is that they are both locals who actually have lived in the area, understand the nature of the area, and what needs to be done to improve people's lives. I don't know New York. I've never been to New York. I would love to, but I haven't. But I know from people who live there that the cycle entrance to the bridge was a huge quality of life improvement that Zoran made on literally day one, like something that was just very, very broken and affected the lives of a lot of people every day. And Cuomo wasn't going to fix that. Eric Adams wasn't going to fix that. Ironically, perhaps Curtis Sliwa would have, because he's actually a guy who, is from there. Bad Germ 3, thank you so much for donating £3. Everyone check it out. It's working all of a sudden. So please use command tip to donate now. You can include in your message if you want to see the Woke Greens video again. We're trying to hit 470. We're nearly at 370 now, so it's £100. So if everybody watching right now, just £2, if everybody went command tip, I'll help you out with this. It's command tip. There we go. And gave me £2, we would hit the goal right away. Where were we at? Knowledge filtering. Yes, which again I think makes the promise of your party a very exciting promise. People being able to be ordinary people having access to the knowledge of parliamentarians and of politicians in the decision-making process, but having the collective combined faculty of everyone making the decisions together, that's fucking huge. Like, that potentially is enormous. We all know, like, not only two heads are better than one, but two heads are better than two individual heads. Like, people working together are shockingly smart. And yeah, I'm excited to see the Your Party hive mind. I think it'll be cool. I think it'll do cool stuff. Okay. Zaphod's just some guy. Yes, Zaphod is a good blorbo. Subcommandant Marcos, says Husker, led the Zapatistas or EZLN for many years. He took the title Subcommandant because, in his words, he serves the people. Not because he's a sub. He might be. I wouldn't know. Also, he's hot. Okay. Let's go to Subcommandant Marcos. Valerie the Lovely Italian, thank you so much for the £3 tip. The message, since it didn't show up last time, you look very cute today, and I'm always glad to see your streams. Thank you so much. I'm really enjoying this outfit. I haven't worn this on stream. Have I not worn it since the stream hiatus? I'm actually not sure. But I certainly haven't worn it in a little bit, and I'm feeling good about the look today. Duke of Blonde, thank you so much for tipping £2. No message. We're going to go look at a hot revolutionary. According to Husker, we're looking for Subcommandant Marcos. Uh, First picture I see, we have no idea. We know he's got swag. Um, okay, the top picture in the article, still masked up. Still smoking the pipe through the mask, which is hot girl behavior. We can't know for sure. Husker, if you want to link anything to do with Subcommandant Marcos or pictures, go ahead. I was considering maybe doing like a Wikipedia rabbit hole stream at some point. I think it's a... oh, he's always masked up like this. Husker says you won't find his face, there are no pictures. That rocks. That fucking rocks. My partner and I might start buying Zapatista coffee soon, by the way. We found some places in London that imports it as part of, like, you know, an ethical supply chain system. Yeah, okay, this guy is absolutely a huge candidate for Blorbo. This guy is definitely just a little guy. I can completely see Husker's point. This is definitely, yeah, he's got the drip. And I'll say, like, Husker's right also. You might not be able to see his face, but he is hot. He can keep the mask on. I'm just saying it now. He can keep it on. Filthy. Okay. But yes, I think, like, there are, like, revolutionary leaders who do, you know, who have done and do incredible stuff. And yeah, they too become Blorbos. And that's another thing as well, is that, like, people can be revolutionary leaders as well. It's about not just electoralism, but about what Graeber called the world of charismatic politics. Yeah, and I think that, like, it applies to all public figures to some degree. It's all about the spectacle. It's all about charisma. It's all about riz. But little guyism is to do with incrementalist reformists in bourgeois electoral, you know, bourgeois liberal democracy, and the way that people interact with them. My core point, and the reason I keep on going back to little guyism, right? Marxism, Leninism, little guyism, Blorboism, is that this is the key understanding, is that we can all spend less time arguing with each other about electoral strategies if we get a similar level of jadedness, I guess, towards bourgeois electoralism, and then just accept that anyone we are supporting is just a little guy and just a Blorbo. And when they do something that some of us find to be beyond the pale, I gotta stop saying that. It's like a terrible colonial phrase. When our Blorbos do something that makes us, you know, some of us no longer support them as just a little guy, the people who do support them, their defense will boil down to, he's just a little guy. That's the... Valerie the Lovely Italian says, out of pocket. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good replacement for that. Out of Blorbo. Nice. The defense will just be, they're just a little guy. That is how it works. Yeah, and it's good to understand that, because then you don't waste time trying to get people to stop liking their little guy, which they're not going to do because they love their little Blorbo. That's just how it works. Let's have a look at another New Statesman article. This one is not Hannah Spencer Cope. The woke Greens, my goodness. Yes, beyond the pale is a colonial phrase, specifically English colonizers in Ireland. This article is not going to be from about the woke Greens losing to the woke Green. Let's watch it. Let's watch it again. Let's just go watch it one more time. Let's just get one more time with the woke Greens. My goodness. You've lost to the woke Greens.
Mr. Goodwin, a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, to lose to the woke Greens, isn't it?
The woke Greens.
Proud patriot, not able to win a British seat. Bit embarrassing, Mr. Goodwin, wouldn't you say? Well, you've lost to the Greens, sir. You've lost to the woke Greens. You
You've lost to the Greens, sir. I love that line so much.
can't beat the Greens? What a joke. A proud patriot can't win a British seat? My goodness, to the Greens of all people. You're going to moan about it on GB News? You're going to moan about it on GB News? How much of a loser you are?
That's so good.
A loser to the Greens. My goodness. It's bad form, isn't it, to just lash out at the winners?
Willow Treason says, I will be using this as voice training immediately. My goodness, you've lost to the Greens. The woke Greens. It's a bit embarrassing, isn't it? Losing to the Greens of all people.
Not very sportsmanlike behaviour, would you say, Mr. Goodwin? How does it feel to be a loser, Mr. Goodwin? Mr. Goodwin's a loser. Are you going to...
The boring as well, that thing. Like, he shouldn't have responded. He shouldn't have responded at all. He's giving it away really badly. That he is massively fucking rattled. Game over, you know? You just can't respond. The guy's trolling you. He's clowning on you. Who did he lose to? I didn't catch it. Says Bad Germ 3. Oh!
Rally about it on your show,
Well, let's
GB
watch.
News. Losing to the Greens.
The Greens! The woke
Loser
Greens.
to the Greens. Goodness. The Greens of all parties. The woke Greens.
The woke Greens! It's so good. It's actually so fucking good. The woke Greens!
What a proud patriot you must be. Mr. Goodwin, a bit of an embarrassment, isn't it, to lose to the woke Greens, isn't it?
Valerie the Lovely Italian saying, more like Mr. Bad Lose. That's true, he's called Matt Goodwin. And now he just changed his name to Twat Bad Lose. Oh my god. Oh my god. Matt Goodwin is definitely getting his dom to say all of this shit to him. He's getting thoroughly spanked, and his dom is saying to him, "You're such a loser. You've lost to the woke Greens." My goodness.
Proud patriot, not able to win a British seat.
Oh
Bit
my
embarrassing,
God.
Mr. Goodwin, wouldn't you say? Well, you've lost to the Greens, sir.
Well, you've lost to the Greens, sir. I love it. I can't get enough. I honestly can't get it. It's so good. Okay. We are going to read an article now from the New Statesman. It's no longer about the woke Greens. My goodness. It is still Britain, though. This will have wider implications. So the British stream continues, but hopefully we'll have something useful to say to our siblings in other parts of the Imperial Core. This is relevant to, my goodness, the woke Greens. My goodness, the woke Greens. Lost to the Greens. It's relevant. It's relevant to the woke Greens because this is about wokeness. And everything I was saying earlier, chat, if you remember, I was saying earlier that the woke Greens, wokeness has been shamed, publicly shamed by the media and the right wing and obnoxious gammons and right wing influencers. And it's been shamed to the point that people do not want to identify themselves as woke. They cringe at it. However, I believe woke might be the monosyllabic summary of revolutionary politics in the Imperial Core right now. I think that holding woke beliefs can probably be defined down to the set of beliefs that, like, make someone, like, if someone is trying to be more woke, there's two ways we can understand this. There's one kind of, like, satirical, ridiculous, like, parody wokeness that's mega idpol. Like, it's the worst possible form of, like, neoliberal identity politics. And there's the other form of wokeness, which is to say, just the most radical left you can possibly be. And that one's a lot more sensible in terms of how we're actually processing things. So it is always more woke to be a more extreme, intersectional, revolutionary, anti-imperialist socialist of some kind. Fuck it, you know? We're woke. We're going woke mode. I think that we should be championing being woke as how we are actually identifying ourselves. Because the magical thing about public shame, including in mass public discourse, is that if you say, yep, that's correct, it loses power rapidly. We are giving power to these awful ghouls by being embarrassed to call ourselves woke. And if we say we're woke, the woke greens, my goodness, then it's game over. So, woke is good. Woke is back. We're going woke mode. We're going lib mode. And that means we have solidarity for each other. And the slop writers hate that. So, let's read an article. Oh, wait, no, let's not read an article yet. Let's remember that I'm doing a job right now, so if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe, or cheer, or donate directly using command, !TIP. There it is in chat. Please donate. I'm trying to hit 470. If everyone just donated a small amount, we would hit it very easily. Okay, gonna read an article now. At London's anti-Trump rally, I sensed the death of liberal England. Interesting title. Condemning the president has become passé. By Finn McRedmond. Prince Infidel, I'm aware of the AAV origin of woke. Jacques is at home in a protest, calmly walking a few paces ahead of the red and black socialist students banner. He stands out from the Palestine flags and furious children and kafirs, chanting, "Keir Starmer, here I say, how many kids did you starve today?" owing to his shock of curly white hair and comparative serenity. So, if anyone's got their lib slop bingo cards here, since we're going lib slop mode. If anyone's got their lib slop bingo cards here, please mark off now. Chastising young people for being passionate about doing the right thing. Big tick there. Comparative serenity. Okay. As they all march down Haymarket towards Trafalgar Square, this is interesting because this is a very, like, normal London big march route. They're taking basically through just, like, directly through central London on one of the, like, classic pre-approved protest march routes that, like, always change absolutely nothing. As they march down Haymarket towards Trafalgar Square, I learn that Jacques has been protesting humanitarian injustice his entire life. Haza, climate, asylum seekers, Trump, you name it. We speak via an interpreter, Henrik, because Jacques is a golden doodle. Jacques is a golden doodle. Jacques is a golden doodle. The Trump Not Welcome demonstration, a slow walk from Marylebone to Parliament Square on Wednesday afternoon, is the kind of thing you can take your 3-part poodle, 1-part Labrador to. I saw a similarly concerned spaniel in the crowd too, patiently weaving through some men with Ukrainian flags. There are only a couple thousand people here. I suspect a ratio of 1 police officer to every 6 protesters. The horses seemed like overkill. And some of them very obviously vote Lib Dem. In contrast to the Unite the Kingdom rally organised by far-right agitator and ambulant thug Tommy Robinson last Saturday, it is a muted affair. I didn't see anyone throw a can of lager. The group behind the march on Wednesday, the Stop Trump Coalition. Stop Trump Coalition. Let's have a look. Are they SWP? We'll find out. Okay. The group behind the march on Wednesday, the Stop Trump Coalition, is loosely incoherent. Now, this is really interesting to me, and this is why we're reading this. Loosely incoherent. The front of the pack is thick with Palestine flags, accusations of genocide. The UN completely agrees with the accusations of genocide. Waft via a megaphone delivery system, but as I make my way through the protest, walking against the grain, the Stop Arming Israel placards, Ebb and Extinction Rebellion banners come into view. Trump the climate criminal is public enemy number 1 among these guys, predominantly middle-aged men with grey beards and sandals. Behind them, I find Amnesty International's shocking yellow-on-black logo and an ambient concern for human rights. And at the rear, the anger about the president morphs into a distaste for Putin. I am in a sea of Ukrainian blue and yellow. The spaniel crops up at my ankles again. Donald Trump's last state visit was in 2019. The Tories were in power. Brexit was reaching a crescendo in Parliament. The Liberal England seemed a lot more cross about Number 10 rolling out the red carpet treatment for the president. Police then estimated an attendance of at least 100,000 compared to today's 5,000. I asked Christina, a German Londoner in her 50s, what was different. I was hopeful then at that march. Now I'm just sad. Derek, conspicuously out of fashion in his I'm Still European t-shirt, says similar. His wife Jane, a lifelong Lib Demer, tells me that she doesn't think the world would be a better place if the assassination attempt on Donald Trump last summer had been a success, but only because, quote, J.D. Vance is worse. Just needs to... my voice is getting a bit hoarse. Willow Treason says, no shit, it's a loose association. I would assume that's the entire point of a broadly appealing single issue. Though given this is lip slop, I assume this is just them denying obvious solidarity. Someone said the key phrase. Ding, 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 ding. Solidarity. There we go. And coherence that does exist beyond a shared anti-fascism. Yes. Abso-fucking-lutely. This is the thing I'm saying. Like, this is exactly what we're getting at with this article, and what I think this article is most of all trying to... Okay, let's carry on with the article. Once again, everyone, I've now been streaming for 3 hours. If you're enjoying this, and I'm planning to go for a while longer after the break if possible. If you're enjoying the stream, please do consider paying for the stream by subscribing or sharing or donating directly using Command Tip. I don't have a lot of money. I am only trying to raise as much money as I need to live, to survive, to have nice things, you know, not just basically exist, but like, you know, I'm not trying to become super rich. I'm trying to have stuff I like. If we meet the goal for today, which is 470, which would be about there on the thing, I'll add an extra game stream onto next month's streaming schedule. There's already one on there. What am I going to do about this? Okay, I have a question for big-time Twitch users, and especially the people who are currently mods in chat. Can I send a message only to subscribers? Because what I think I'd like to do is make sure all subs in chat currently are in the Discord, and then we can talk in Discord about what game we're going to play on the gaming streams. Anyway, yes, subscribe, cheer, donate directly using Command Tip. If we get to 470, then we'll add another gaming stream on next month, And also, all money past that will go towards my birthday fund, which is for me to take a trip to New Zealand, where I was born. And I'll go visit Tim. Okay, we were on this article. J.D. Vance is worse. That's the one. Okay. Here we go. And one more time in the chat. Exclamation mark TIP. There it is. Oh, and also VOD viewers. VOD viewers, I'm asking you to tune in now. Check the links at the bottom. Support the VOD. Thank you. Hey, Echo Baz. Lovely to have you here. I've been pretty good. Up and down. Some people are very mean to me for not good reasons. And but overall, the trend is upwards, I think. Things have been good. Vaudrella says, also Patreon links right to Discord, I recall. Yes. This is why I'm trying to figure out the best way to do this. Because I think that people who subscribe on Twitch should absolutely be allowed to be in the Discord. But I'd like to send a message that only subs can see. Okay. We are back on the article. J.D. Vance is worse. If there is a coherent rage behind liberal Britain, something that a progressive populist could marshal into a serious electoral movement, I did not detect it here. Middle-aged Veronique considers herself a moderate and votes Green. She votes for the woke Greens. That's crazy. My goodness, the woke Greens she votes for. Sasha R. Jones, thank you so much for hanging out. It's been lovely to have you here. And hi again to Sasha R. Jones watching the VOD now. Have a great evening. She votes for the woke Greens. My goodness. Anne, holding a Cuba solidarity campaign, Brighton chapter sign, says she does not have anyone to vote for. The lack of single-issue Che Guevara was right candidates makes it hard for someone of her persuasion. Okay, so just like a real quick, just real brief one here. America is blockading Cuba and threatening sanctions and aggressive action against anyone who tries to help them. And they have no oil and their society is collapsing. Cuba is has been one of the most beautiful societies on our planet and has done immeasurable good sending doctors to support people around the world who were trained under a socialist system and under embargo, meaning so that they couldn't receive lots of medicines and had to learn to be, way ahead of the curve. And now their society is collapsing because they've been just denied access to fuel, so they just can't run electricity, right? People are just dying in hospitals. They won't be able to run the machinery that's necessary for that. They won't be able to operate agricultural machinery, so if this goes on for much longer, people are going to starve en masse. What is being done in Cuba is hideous and fascist. And what this liberal slop writer here has done is seen someone who supports Cuba and wants solidarity for Cuba and has made a smug little joke about Che Guevara and how you'd have to be some kind of loony radical to want to support Cuba, because you'd have to think that Che Guevara was right. And that is anti-human. Like that way of approaching these politics, that kind of smug joke like that I'm sure everyone in the Labour right group chat, what is it, Trigger Me Timbers, I'm sure they all think it's the funniest possible thing, because they have trained themselves on desensitizing their basic empathy and losing all empathy for human beings and human suffering, and laughing during genocide and widespread violence, exploitation, sexual violence, the degradation and exploitation of the working class. I'm sure it did numbers in your group chat, babe. Publishing it disgusting, like morally indefensible. Fuck you. And I hope you lose to the woke Greens. My goodness. Satin MP3 is followed. That's a great username. Okay. Meanwhile, Nigel holds the end of a banner that reads, "Russian troops out, solidarity with Ukraine." He describes himself to me as a rooted conservative with an English patriot who doesn't like what's happening to Ukraine, because it, quote, could happen to England. He used to like the idea of Nigel Farage, but now thinks he's an elitist like the rest of them. None of this would have sounded out of place at Tommy Robinson's ethno-nationalist street party on Sunday. None of this would have sounded out of place. This is a huge reach. This is a huge reach. To take someone who is marching together with these other people and like push really hard with your imagination to like turn them in your mind only, not in reality, into someone whose politics don't agree, like, really shows what the effort, the labor of this article is, like what they are actively like trying to do and what is the point here, right? This makes it quite clear what's the point to all this. On Tuesday evening, 4 men from the campaign group led by donkeys were arrested for a stunt which saw images of Trump and Jeffrey Epstein projected onto one of the Windsor Castle's towers. Last month, the Comrades of Charlbury united in opposition to J.D. Vance, who was holidaying there. The Comrades of Charlbury. Oh, it's a libslop writer. They don't understand how to use the word comrades. Okay. People in Charlbury. Demonstration took the form of a small gathering on a lawn, followed by drinks in the pub, a single Ukrainian flag hanging limply from the town hall, and a post on Charlbury's messaging forum that valiantly stated, "I think we need to let him know, just because we're in the affluent Cotswolds, we don't take kindly to him." And in the same vein as today, the brief was sprawling. This action is about Palestine, inequality, migrants, Ukraine, trade justice, women's rights, LGBTQ rights, and climate. A lot to fit on one sign. I gotta assume that the writer wrote that and then went, a lot to fit on one sign. This is embarrassing. Like this is embarrassing. Like, you should be ashamed of yourself for writing such a stupid and embarrassing article. Finn McRedmond. Perhaps the energy on the right is disparate too, but there is an inchoate rage waiting to be transformed into a political movement. The England flags and Union Jacks point to a vaguely cohering patriotism, anti-immigration anxiety galvanized by the 100,000, I would debate this, who descended on the capital that day. Some will have been united in a previous latent but now outwardly expressed racism. The Conservatives and Labour are polling at less than 40% between them. The left is divided and poorly organised. Nigel Farage wants Keir Starmer's job, and it isn't unlikely that he will get it. And so today I found Liberals marching behind a shared distaste of Donald Trump, who could have otherwise come from political Andromedas separated by millions of miles, a humanitarian golden doodle, a moderate Green voter, an anti-Putin rooted conservative, some socialist students, an enterprising man selling kafirs at £20 a go, and 95,000 fewer of them than just 6 years ago. If this is what is left of England's liberal resistance, then Farage might as well hire moving vans now. So we've gone from an entertaining little stroll along with a golden doodle to it is a foregone conclusion that Farage will win because the left is too idealistic and poorly organized. Cool. Okay. Great. What an absolutely classic day out in Libtown. I'm so glad we all went lib mode. Please chat. Tell me what you think. What's this article doing? I have my thoughts, but I want to hear yours. So just give us give me your overview in chat while I do the promo again. So if you're enjoying the stream, please consider paying for the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. I am doing my work. I am doing work right now. I'm doing my job right now. It's really nice when I get paid for it, but I don't get paid for it unless you decide to donate. Unfortunately, that's how my job works. It's kind of insane, actually, if you think about it particularly hard, and kind of sucks. So please do donate to help to take care of me. If we hit the stream goal for today, which is 470, which we could hit by just everyone chucking in a couple of quid, then we'll have an extra gaming stream next month, and we'll play some games, and that'll be fun. That'll be nice and fun. Yeah. And if someone does know a way to do like subscribers only chat where only subscribers can see a message, please let me know, because I would like to be able to do that. Yeah, thoughts about the article? What do we got? Nothing in chat so far. Okay, I'll start thinking about it. So, looking at solidarity and laughing at it is a playground bully tactic. Like, this is such an embarrassing article, in part because isn't it such an embarrassing article? In part because it is doing something incredibly, incredibly juvenile. Just pointing at two different kinds of person you don't like very much and going, ha ha, they're friends, they're hanging out because they're losers, they're not, they're losers to the woke greens, sorry, is just bullying. And as we've seen from the woke greens Matt Goodwin video, bullying can be good if it's bullying fascists. But this attempt to turn the solidarity of different groups on the left into somehow like it's all so confusing is like a rhetorical trick used by fascists all the time. Like, going back even to fucking Goebbels putting on his like exhibition of degenerate art where he just collected together different kinds of art he didn't like and put them all next to each other just so he could go, look, it's all so confusing, they have no idea what they're talking about. And it's like, you just put like indigenous African art next to like postmodernist abstract shit. Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense together, you did that. This is a very common thing, but like the thing here is that this isn't a group assembled together, curated by someone trying to make them look bad. This is people having solidarity with each other. And separately, I think we should address the march being smaller, but like there are relationships between these things that are actually super apparent to the people who are marching together, and that's why they're marching together. That's what solidarity is. Like, you don't have to like each other. You don't have to agree on everything. You have to recognize you're in the same boat in some regard. And that's what these people have done, and it's really good, and it's pretty unsurprising that the paper of record of the Labour right would be super, super against it and would be trying to mock them out of it. And at the same time to pretend to other people that it just doesn't make any sense. As for the smallness of the march, yeah, people have realized that their voices are not being listened to. People have realized that that going to these marches is not changing things, and at the same time, Britain has become more fascist. And people have lost like significant protest rights that they used to have. Like, people used to be a lot safer from the police when protesting and are now like in just quite obviously a lot of danger. So like, yes, people are not going to like come out to a march where they have to behave exactly right, exactly how the Metropolitan Police say they should behave, to protest Trump coming on a state visit when, like, it's not going to get the state visit cancelled. It's not, no one's going to listen to them. It's not going to change anything, and they can see it's not going to change anything. And as for the people who are showing up, yes, they're in solidarity with each other, as I said. Okay. Comments in chat. Willow Treason says, being against Trump is an obvious node for solidarity because he is at the nexus of so many similar issues. Bingo. Gold star. I imagine their solidarity probably is somewhat unadvanced, but then a large part of the point of protests and other public accessible forms of action is to develop that solidarity further and train people into a mindset of resistance. They are utterly desperate to sow division, and it's rather pathetic. This will work exactly as well as the claims that trans people and Muslim people can't work together when we're sitting together at the table, side by side, in the road, etc. Bingo. Absolutely perfect. Really love that. Vodrella says, who the fuck is this for? Why write this? I don't know if Finn McRedmond is a staff writer. Columnist for the Irish Times. Oh, I see. Yeah, doesn't appear to be a staff writer for New Statesman, but does appear to write a lot for them. A fair bit for them, okay. Okay. Oh, we got the strange rebirth of Sinn Féin on their writer profile there. That's a bit heavy. Maybe we'll do some Irish politics after the break. Also, it's so laid back in its writing. So a very rich person in their comfy chair in their ivory tower wrote this to amuse themselves. It is a very smug and a very, like, yeah, like upper class looking down on the commoners very kind of way. Roy the Fairthing Lion says, the article was lazy. The sort of let's make fun of the diverse crowd bullshit they've been doing for years also reeks of fear because they really do recognize solidarity as it's rising and they don't know what else to do but snark at it. Yeah, also a very good take. Lorcan says, oh no, not the Irish Times. Tell me about the Irish Times. What kind of background is this Finn McRedmond from? I've got two articles open. Anti-migrant protests are tearing Ireland apart, and the strange rebirth of Sinn Féin. I don't know if we'll look at them, but I was just trying to get a flavor for what this person's broader thing is here. Husker says, 7 years ago, Michelle Wolf had a show on Netflix called The Break, with an evergreen segment in it critiquing this sort of slop article. The New York Times opinion article and name-dropping none other than Barry fucking Weiss. Incredible 4-minute video, link upon request. Yes, actually, let's have that. I'll open it in a tab. We can watch it after the break. I'm going to... My voice is getting quite hoarse. I'm going to go get another cup of tea. I might be 5 or 10 minutes. I'll have the little guy slideshow on in the meantime, and we'll do some more liberal slop after the break. It's now been 3.5 hours. So once again, please support the stream. Because I'm sleepy. That's really all I can say. That's the reason you should support me, because I'm a sleepy girl. Because I'm just a sleepy little kitty. Okay, we're going to put the music back on, put the intermission screen on. I'm going to be back in 5 or 10 minutes. Everybody, please get yourself a lovely hot drink and maybe do a stretch. Everything you need to just take care of yourself in the break, and we'll be back shortly with some more liberal slop and more coverage of Bri'ish stuff on the good night, Steph, lovely to have you here, sleep well. More British focused stuff here on the British special stream, and potentially some more Gorton and Denton coverage. We'll see shortly. Okay. Welcome back from the break. We're coming back from the break now. Hey everyone! Alright, let's wind that down. There it is. Okay, we're gonna do a little bit more of the liberal slop. Although this is, as I said, not primarily meant to be a liberal slop stream. It's about what's going on in Britain, especially around the Gorton and Denton by-election. We're gonna watch that thing that Husker linked a minute ago, the break with Michelle Wolf. We're going to look through a series of different takes from different people in The Guardian over the rest of this stream, and then we're going to wrap up. I decided, since I couldn't find a way to message just subscribers, that I'm going to link the Discord link in chat here, and I'm just going to operate on a bit of trust. If you haven't subscribed, but you have tipped, especially if it's more than £5, feel free to join. If you are simply financially incapable of supporting me in any way, it's okay if you want to join. That's fine. So here's the link to the to my Patreon Discord, and we will have some kind of chat about what the gaming stream next month will be, somewhere in there, probably in the Sophie Streams channel. Okay, right. So first of all, we are going to look at this message from Willow Treason. I think the scorning of emotion is something that should be pretty central in our minds. It's a strong point of connection between mad oppression, patriarchy, liberal conditioning, and so on. It's also one of many ways we can fail to empower each other at times. That's good. That's a good point. I think it is. There is a book I've been meaning to read. I have it on my shelf. It was given to me by very, very dear friends and very well-educated comrades at the Harm Reduction Hub. I think it's called The Cultural Politics of Emotion, and it's on my to-read list. I'm very excited about getting into it at some point when I've read the bajillion other things in front of it on the list. Artist Synth said, Sophie chat, have to go sleep. Good night. I'm sorry I missed that. Good night, Artist Synth. Sleep so soundly and dream so sweetly. Row the Fair Thing Lion says, 1 a.m. has hit hard, going to have to VOD the rest. Good night. Hello again, VOD, Row the Fair Thing Lion, watching again in the future. Okay, let's get through the rest of the... everything is being just crazy. All my apps broke. Okay, we're going to watch this clip about op-eds. Okay. That's the wrong side to do that on. There we go. Is this... I've muted the tab, haven't I? There we go. This is very good. I do think it's taking the more obvious sides of liberal slop and op-eds, which is just like that there's a profit incentive and they'll just kind of publish anything and it needs to be like controversial and get clicks. But at the same time, this is very...
People look at your papers and...
Barry Weiss, your opinions suck. They're bad. That's true. That is true.
A trusted source for...
That was good fun. Thank you. Thank you for the link. That's very funny. Okay, we have one more section of stuff on Gorton and Denton. We are looking at what the green win, the woke Greens winning in Lorcan says, I'm back. Milo has been walked and given many hot dog bribes. That's very, very cute. Okay, takes on what the woke Greens winning in cannot hear Sophie, can hear the video. I'm confused by your comment, Void. It looks like Lorcan can hear me okay. Is the background music playing? No, the background music isn't playing. Not totally sure. Chat, can you hear me okay? Heard the song. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that was kind of funny. We're going to look at different takes on what it means that the woke Greens, my goodness, have won in Gorton and Denton. Before we dive into these takes, I would like to stress that I am trying to raise money to be able to live and have nice stuff that I think I deserve as a human being. It's genuinely like I don't know. I usually only talk about this with people I know in real life, but I don't mind saying it that much. I think I think it's good to get on a level with chat in this way. It is fucking weird that my job has a variable income, and it's not even generally about whether I like work harder or like meet deadlines or whatever, because like I set those. Like, yes, broadly you make more content, you make more money. So like there is a kind of broad working harder thing to content creating, but like the model, the economy for creating content that I have entered into in doing my job is one where like where you do everything for free and then people choose to pay you if they like it. So that's the situation I'm in. My income goes up if you decide to help me out more. Yeah, it's very strange. So please check out my Patreon. Please support me by subscribing here on the stream. VOD watchers, if you are enjoying the VOD and having a cool time hanging out and celebrating the woke Greens winning in Gorton and Denton, my goodness, then do please support me if you can. Yeah, and yeah. Oh, and it's worth me saying this also. If you can't financially support me, sharing my work with people and praising it and saying that you like it and you think it's good helps me out materially. It does actually like help me a lot. So like please do that. Okay. So one more time before we go into the stuff. Boop. There's command tip. Please tip. I would like very much to hit the dono goal by the end of the stream, which we could hit if everybody just chucked in a couple pounds on average. And was I gonna say anything else? I don't think so. Just looking forward to more discussion of the woke Greens. My goodness. Let's look at this Guardian piece. They describe it as the panel. I don't know entirely what the deal is with the panel, but it does seem that it's a situation where they ask several different people about the same thing and they give their takes. So here is the panel on what does the Greens' victory in Gorton and Denton mean for the future of British politics. The panel here is Polly Toynbee, Adam Ramsey, Remy Joseph Salisbury, Diane Abbott, Henry Hill, and John McTernan. I know 2 names in this, I think. Okay. Okay. Greens first, Reform second, Labour trailing, and the Tories losing their deposit. This felt like a rejection of the status quo. That seems like the most basic take we can have about this, right? But at the same time, as a leftist and a revolutionary, it's big to me to see that like a moment is happening that no one can deny is a rejection of the status quo. That's cool and big. Lorcan says, isn't John McTernan an action movie director? I don't know, but if he is, then he's a strange pick for this. But then again, they get fucking Andrew Neil to talk about Iran, so what can you do? First up, Polly Toynbee. Relief, but another unforced error from Starmer. This is really funny. Like this is actually funny as hell. I said chuck in any Gorton and Denton memes if you have them. This is my additional Gorton and Denton meme. Where's it gone? This one here. Senior Labour figures tell Keir Starmer to stop making mistakes. just stop. Just stop being so bad at this. Okay. A mighty sigh of relief sweeps across the country. Above all else, what mattered was the emphatic rejection of Nigel Farage's poison, as a resounding 67% of progressive voters chased off Reform's mere 29% support. The darkness of Reform's apparent poll lead starts to melt away. The Gorton and Denton result avoided a split between anti-reform parties that would let Farage's party slither into the seat despite overwhelming opposition. Its malevolent candidate, Matt Goodwin, malevolent is good. Its malevolent candidate, Matt Goodwin, whisked away with a characteristically sulphurous hiss of spite. He was whisked away like this, actually.
What a joke! A proud patriot can't win a British seat? My goodness, to the Greens of all people.
My goodness, to the Greens of all people. Hiss of spite about a coalition of Islamists and woke progressives. Let's have a quick look at what Goodwin said there, because I think it's this is a general breakdown and just reporting on the result. But in here we have, oh, there he is. Looks like he's gonna cry. A loser to the Greens. To the Greens of all people. Goodwin, an academic turned GB News presenter. I don't know if people know this. This is like really a bit bizarre and Black Mirror-ish. But Matt Goodwin studied the far right academically and studied far right populism and then just decided to give it a go. Like, that seems so fucking crazy to me. And also, like, as an aside, he must be feeling like shit right now. He studied this as... He went to school for this. That's something other far-right fash can't even say. Like, he went to... He studied this as his job. And then he made it his job to campaign here, and he fucking lost. Like, it's so embarrassing. To the Greens, of all people. The woke Greens. Academic turned GB News presenter has called for a policy to tackle the Islamization of British society and claimed that UK-born people from minority ethnic backgrounds are not necessarily British. Speaking to a journalist as he arrived at the count, Goodwin blamed his loss on a coalition of Islamists and woke progressives, which he said had come together to dominate the constituency. He accused the Green Party of playing sectarian politics, in part by writing to constituents in Urdu. This kind of campaign, in different languages, appealing to specific groups based on their characteristics, is unacceptable in modern Britain. What a big baby. Just, like, fucking embarrassing. Tough loser. A loser to the Greens, even. The woke Greens. The calamitous result for Labour is, in comparison, a second-order matter in this era of crumbling old-party duopoly. The Tories lost their deposit. Lamau. Bodrella says, wait, is he saying people quickly moved to the place with the explicit intent to outvote him? He doesn't have to lay out a factual understanding of how they used the Muslims to win or whatever, because what he is ultimately saying is that Muslim support that the Greens played to, that is mostly the support to stop him, doesn't count because Muslims don't count as people. That at core is all he's really saying. Like, it doesn't have to actually make sense. Okay. Keir Starmer suffers blow after blow as battalions of troubles fall on him, knocked by the Epstein fallout despite no personal connection, while Trump, so far, escapes despite close intimacy. But this result adds to the tally of Starmer's unforced errors. Everyone visiting the constituency found plentiful voters who would have voted for Andy Burnham had Starmer not fixed the NEC to block him. A craftier politician would have hugged Burnham close as an asset. Would Burnham have beaten such a strong showing from the Greens? We shall never know if he dodged a bullet. This what if swells his reputation, though he may have no choice to join any imminent leadership challenge. Labour's prospects for May's elections plunged even lower last night. A Green Party that once seemed flaky will now often look like the safer anti-reform vote if it can field more pitch-perfect candidates like Hannah Spencer, plumber, councillor, all-round good sort. Her honeyed victory words will soften many a Labour voter's heart. She is a leftist without the bilious fist-shaking of the old sectarian socialists. Quote, instead of working for a nice life, we've been working to line the pockets of billionaires. We are being bled dry. I think that absolutely everybody should get a nice life. Nice. By-elections are often no guide to a general election 3 years away. But the trouncing of Farage may make this one historic. So, I actually don't massively care to focus on the bilious fist shaking of old sectarian socialists because, like, whatever. Like, just kind of whatever. It's The Guardian. What do you expect? I want to focus on pitch-perfect candidates like Hannah Spencer, plumber, councillor, and all-round good sort. The answer is yes, they can field more pitch-perfect candidates, I think. And I think that's quite an important thing to say. Like, the Greens... The woke Greens, the Greens have a very strong advert to the entire rest of the nation in what they've done here, which is that they're basically a party of, like, what is obviously moral. Basically, they're the woke Greens. This is the thing. It is actually good that they are woke because it brings out people who are also woke, which, again, as a floating signifier, is hard to pin down, but broadly means wanting to make the world a better place instead of a worse place. And, like, because of that nature of the party and it, like, kind of willingness to stand on business over, like, what matters and is the right thing to do, they will have more people who are, like, supporting the party who are, in these words, pitch-perfect candidates, who are just, like, absolutely, like, everything you'd want from, like, you know, like, just good-looking, charming, has the right politics, and is from the area. And this is the other part, is, like, Labour, especially with the project of the Labour right, they've needed to have people who are in, like, such perfectly rigid ideological cohesion, and they've been using tons of parachute candidates, like people who don't actually live there, to hold a constituency because they need that ideological cohesion. So they need to put the guy in who's already their friend in charge of that borough to gain control and to have that person in government. Whereas Greens will be able to field candidates who are actually from there, know the local issues, care about them, and are trying to do the right thing because it's the right thing to do. And I think that's fucking huge. I just think that's fucking huge. And then if we, you know, like, I haven't talked lots about, like, where this is all going. I'm just trying to take the win where it is and celebrate it. But, like, where this is all going is the Labour Party is fucking dead. They need to get out of the way. In places where Labour will hold on to their power, the Greens and your party, they're saying they're going to work together. I hope that means cross-endorsement, and I hope that means sharing of canvassing resources, because those are both really important. Labour, and this is the big sticking point, is really unlikely to be willing to do a left coalition. And if they would be willing to do a left coalition, like, then they would be able to they would be able to hold on to being in government, probably as the majority party, because just being one of the two parties people vote for still carries a lot of, like, perpetual reputation for them forever, basically. Hey, Haley. But firstly, being willing to be in a coalition at all, I don't think it's that likely that Labour would. And secondly, if they would, the next and more important thing to some degree, well, not more important than being in government at all, but like the next important thing after that would be, Lorcan says Labour would never be willing to be the junior partner in a coalition. That's super true. The next important thing after they get into government is that they change is electoral reforms. They have to change how elections work in the UK, and your party and the Greens and any other small left parties who are never ever in power on their own, who are in that coalition, would absolutely do that, and Labour will not. There's no way they let it through. Okay, so let's carry on with the panel. Please support the stream if you're enjoying the stream. You can subscribe or cheer or donate directly using Command Tip. Okay. That was Polly Toynbee's take. The Green Surge has become a winning machine. Adam Ramsey. Since Zach Polanski was elected leader last summer, the party's membership has soared from 60,000 to nearly 200,000. It has risen rapidly in the polls, but until last night, Polanski hadn't faced a serious electoral test. Some old hands worried that while YouGov surveys come and go, actual wins are harder. Those cynics have now been silenced. The party has shown its surge isn't just a bubble of online vibes. It can turn out support at the polling booth. Of course, much of the credit for this stunning victory, the Greens, the woke Greens, my goodness, the Greens' first ever win in a parliamentary by-election, goes to Polanski, who understood that the party needed to be more willing to embrace controversy and stepped firmly into the large space Starmer left to Labour's left. Much of it goes to the candidate, now MP, Hannah Spencer, almost universally known as Hannah the Plumber, whose sense of humour, down-to-earth charisma, and knack for explaining radical ideas like their common sense won her thousands of fans within hours of being selected. More than either of them, though, this campaign was won by thousands of activists, Green members from across Greater Manchester and right across the UK. I know of activists who went there from Shetland and Northern Ireland, who travelled to the constituency because they saw this by-election as a battle for the country's soul. And they wanted to play their part. The Greens said they had 2,000 people out campaigning yesterday, while Reform and Labour claimed 1,000 each. Those are extraordinary numbers, and the fact that the party had the logistical capacity to effectively target that energy shows that it's managed to turn its membership surge into an effective machine. This is all a very sound analysis. And this, again, like, when we talk about the possibility of a coalition between Greens and your party is something a little bit strange and is trying to do something quite different, in the sense that it's trying to build a different political system as it goes and change the things that it gains power into, and by gaining power into a system, changing the nature of the system as it goes. Greens are just the woke party. They're systemically the same kind of party, but just their platform is woke. And we'll see where that goes, basically. Okay. Oh. Sorry, distracted by stuff in my Discord. I'm also getting pretty sleepy. I'm going to wrap up the stream fairly soon, everyone. So again, if you have been enjoying it, please consider paying for the stream and supporting me. Most of all, though, this Green victory should be credited to voters of Gorton and Denton. They rejected the toxic rhetoric of Matt Goodwin and Reform and Labour's outright lies. They stood firm through a week of smears, which included claims that Polanski plans to turn our playgrounds into crack dens and daughters into sex workers. And they didn't wince. They understood what was going on, that the smear machine was just getting going, and that, as voters, the best thing to do is ignore it. Okay. Interesting stuff. I do think that's super true. I think that people have gotten so incredibly fatigued with like how the smear machine works in charismatic politics, and like having their blowbo and then hearing something terrible and like, you know, having to deal with like whatever bullshit the right wing can drum up, that they're just a bit like, I don't care anymore. I genuinely think a lot of people don't have a way to loudly and coherently articulate like an anti-smear or anti-cancellation or whatever, like politics, but are just quietly sick of it and just like live their lives and don't really engage with like that side of like public discourse. I leave out all the details of like the thing that I'm talking about because I don't want to be taken as like by someone who is trying to look for like lack of nuance, like, you know, someone who's trying to push no nuance. So I don't want to look to that person like I'm like defending the heinous thing here. But I heard a story that I found very relatable about someone was talking about an artist with good politics that a lot of people like, and someone else was like, have you heard about the thing about them? And the person who was talking about it was just like, stop, I just don't want to know. And I just thought like, yeah, kind of like, yeah, that's my little guy. Like, what am I gonna do? Like, just like, let me have my little guy. You know. Anyway, Lorcan says the guy who wrote the last section, Adam Ramsey, yes, it says here, is a Green Party member. It stands to reason he'd have a good street-level analysis if he was involved in the campaign. That is a very good take. Thank you, Lorcan. Now we're going to look at a take from a sociologist at the University of Manchester called Remy Joseph Salisbury. Okay. Walking the familiar streets of Denton, where I grew up and where my family still live, the volume of Reform UK placards and nationalist flags had given me real cause for concern. The result shows, however, that despite the bluster and bravado of Reform, most voters saw through the shallowness of what was on offer. I know people who voted Reform, friends, former friends, neighbours, and to some extent I understand why. Years of neglect under both Labour and the Conservatives have left people feeling abandoned. The cost of living crisis continues to bite. Access to healthcare, housing, social services and decent education is strained. Austerity has cut particularly deep in towns like Denton, often forgotten until a by-election rolls around. The library that shaped my childhood closed more than a decade ago, and the youth spaces that once offered so much have largely disappeared. Add to this the conduct of Andrew Gwynn and his local allies in the Trigger Me Timbers scandal, and the disillusionment becomes even easier to understand. The problems are real, but the solutions Reform offered were not. Its politics relies on fear and scapegoating, and the racism feels barely disguised. Migrants are blamed for every social problem, while the deeper causes, an economic system concentrating wealth in the hands of the few, go unchallenged. Reform's enthusiasm for the comments of Jim Ratcliffe, an out-of-touch tax exile pointing at migrants while hoarding obscene wealth, illustrates the distraction perfectly. Voters rejected that narrative. They backed the Greens not only as a repudiation of scapegoating politics, but because the Greens offered a credible anti-austerity platform rooted in rebuilding public services. Improving living standards, improving, I am getting sleepy. Chat, I'm Chat, I'm EP. Rebuilding public services, improving living standards, and advancing a politics grounded in compassion. In doing so, they sent a clear signal to Labour, whose rightward drift and neglect of its own base have consequences. One MP cannot transform the constituency, impressive though Hannah Spencer is, but the result offers a genuine sense of momentum. Alongside the anti-fascist mobilisation that outnumbered and outmanoeuvred Britain First in Manchester, and in the context of the recent Palestine Action victory, there are signs of openings for a resurgence of the left, if we are able to seize them. This is big. I like this a lot. There are signs of openings for a resurgence of the left if we are able to seize them. I think that's really important. Because, like, this is clearly someone who is in our corner, not like a liberal op-ed writer, not like Finn McWhatever from the New Statesman just a minute ago. Like, this is someone who does want things to get better and be good. I think it's a very fair take. Like, the openings are there if we are able to seize them, and that ability, like, that should be analyzed. I think, like, there's a difficulty in people having the resources. There's a difficulty in people, like, kind of pulling it off to some degree. Some kinds of opportunities require that, like, someone do it then and there the right way or whatever. But a lot of them just require that we, like, show the basic ability to work together, the basic ability to live to our principles, to, like, treat each other as human beings, to, like, move on from fear of the other that drives migrant persecution, or punitive justice and the carceral system that drives, like, the war on drugs and the worst treatment of many people in our society. Move on from, all sorts of, like, ugly and reactionary impulses and live by our values for real. then we can seize these opportunities, and that would be really fucking big if we are able to take that step, and that's important. The next take is from Diane Abbott. If people don't know, Diane Abbott was the first black woman in Parliament. She is a real OG, and she's been treated horribly within the Labour Party. It's shocking, actually shocking to me that she hasn't left the Labour Party, to be honest. But let's hear her take. Despite everything, it was... Sorry, first the title of the take is, "My party must learn from this," as in Labour, and return to more progressive policies. I like that the commonality here is that everyone is seeing that, like, this just shows starkly that this loser to the woke Greens, that the reform, the MAGA people, the fash, they are conning everyone, and everyone's kind of aware of it. And there are the people who are in the, like, disinfo hole created by these people, and we can't do loads to reach those people unless we're in community with them. And then there's the response to it, and it's the only worthwhile response is to be woke. It's fucking rock, paper, scissors. Okay. Another reason I think you can compare Hannah Spencer and Zoran Mamdani is the way that their elections have specifically forced people to confront a shift in political power structure and in the status quo. It's meaningfully different now because of their elections, in the same way that, like, as Lorcan was saying earlier, polling about, like, sympathy for Palestinians versus Israelis is higher in America for the first time literally since they've been recording that statistic. Walada, hello, welcome to the stream. Walada says, able to seize them, so no brunch yet? Oh. That's right. We have to actually do the work. It's crazy. Okay, speaking of doing work, chat, I am doing work right now. This is work for me, and I really would like to get paid for doing work, so please donate if you possibly can, or subscribe or cheer, or check out my Patreon. And VOD watchers, all the same shit to you. Okay, let's carry on. Despite everything, it was still a shock to wake up this morning and discover the Greens had won in Gorton and Denton. Not just won, but smashed it with a majority of more than 4,000 votes. One good thing about the result was that the electorate firmly rejected reform, apparently piling in behind the party they judged most likely to block it. The problem for my party was that voters did not think it was Labour. But the by-election also revealed the total collapse of the Morgan McSweeney strategy. That Labour's real enemy was reform, and it did not matter how far to the right Labour moved because its base vote, including black and minority ethnic voters, had nowhere else to go. Hopefully, the party has seen the folly of this type of thinking. You cannot outdo reform on its side of the political spectrum. Instead, many of us think the party should turn to more progressive policies on issues such as immigration and asylum. But there are other issues, such as limits on trial by jury, that have also disenfranchised other loyal Labour voters. The general election is 3 years away. There is plenty of time for Labour to reconsider and revise its political strategy, but if it does not, on the evidence of Gorton and Denton results, it runs the risk of driving Labour into an electoral brick wall. There we go. All right. Kind of the totally expected take from a progressive who is still within Labour. I wish Diane Abbott would defect to the Greens. I honestly do. I wish that she and Nadia Whittam, I guess, is the other one, the other big one who I'm like, I respect you as a person. I don't respect you being in the Labour Party. Get out of the Labour Party, for fuck's sake. You know? Okay. This is Henry Hill, who's a journalist and commentator. I feel like we're starting to scrape the bottom of the panel at this point. Was this really a victory for radical? Okay, we're definitely scraping the bottom of the panel at this point. This sucks. This already sucks just from the title. Okay. The party-level implications of last night's by-election can be covered in 3 sentences. Coming third in their 50th safest seat is existentially bad for Labour. Losing their deposit as the right-wing vote consolidated behind Reform UK Reform UK bodes very poorly for the Tories anywhere they've already been overtaken. It was an excellent result for the Greens and a pretty good one given the seat for Nigel Farage. A much more interesting question is what it means. Superficially, Gorton and Denton looks like a victory for radicalism. Luke Trill of Morin Common suggested this morning that it was the parties that offer the greatest change from the status quo that are riding the wave. I'm not sure that's right. Sorry, this is just such a stupid take. Just like, actually, like, everyone can tell that, like, everyone wants a change and that, like, the system isn't working and everyone's fucking sick of it and it's people want something different. Like, that is something that is, like, opening the window and seeing that the sky is blue in terms of, like, fact-checking and analysis in politics. Anyway. I'm not sure that's right. Yes, both Farage and Zach Polanski talk a radical-sounding game on various subjects, but a much more plausible explanation of both parties' success is that they offer implausible, citation needed, but attractive ways of retaining the bits of the status quo their voters actually like. While differing enormously in their values of choices and targets, both Reform and the Greens offer their voters a radicalism targeted largely at a cast of convenient villains. If only we cracked down enough on him. I'm actually going to just skip the rest of this guy's take. I'm not spending more time on a liberal slop tonight. This is just like... That's just stupid. I'm sorry, I'm just going to call it stupid because it just is. Okay. John McTernan, political strategist, says, Labour's strategy of pursuing reform voters must now end. Cool. Good. Nice stuff, John. In the end, number 10 got the result it had worked so hard for. And this morning, Andy Burnham isn't an MP. Luckily, the voters knew what they wanted too, and they delivered it, a defeat for Reform UK. As in carefully, a progressive alliance of voters mobilized to defeat the far right. It is an iron law of politics that the voters are never wrong. This by-election, I mean... then politics is like, whatever. This by-election was a resounding judgment on the futility of Labour's strategy of pursuing reform voters rather than progressive ones. That has to end. It's time for Labour to acknowledge that its core voters are urban graduates, white-collar professionals, and black and brown voters, and also to admit that it has systematically driven too many of them away by its moral failure over Gaza, by its failure to build council houses, by its inability to defend young and old workers from AI. Not so much punch a hippie, as Number 10 used to dub its political strategy, more punch your own voters. I would appreciate if people ever were willing to mention trans people. Like, I know that I'll try and keep this tangent brief, but like, I know that like, if you're a Guardian reader and you're cis and you don't necessarily know any trans people, then like, there's all this confusing debate going on. But like, if you just take it on the basis of like a class oppression, we are a very small class in society, a very, very small marginalized group of people, and we are all pretty fucking clear and straightforward about our lives and what we need. And cis people, the much, much, much bigger and more powerful class, decide the opposite because they find us icky. And like, it's actually like very straightforward to see that it's a situation of oppression, and that Labour has been bad for us, but whatever. Like, there is a student population in Levenshuman, I forget if it's Gorton or Denton, but the west side of the borough. It's time... the time for a reset is gone. It's time for a rewrite. That starts with addressing the original sin. Keir Starmer must say he would welcome Burnham into the government as soon as possible, and the party must orchestrate a by-election for 7th of May to deliver that. But that's only the start. The voters see that the choice at the next election is between socialism and barbarism. Time for some socialism. Let's fucking go. The woke Greens. It's the woke Greens. Yeah, this is fantastic. Yeah, I think that's a great note to start to wrap things up on. All the different takes that can be given, that can reasonably be given, all point to the same stuff. Labour is cooked. The thing they've been doing isn't working. Some people, I guess, are still holding out hope that like the thing they've been doing, they'll now stop and realize that they've made a mistake and whatever, and like save the party. But it's just not. Like, there's no saving the Labour Party. It is cooked. I really believe this. Like, this talk about like it's 3 years until, there would have to be something really shocking happen, like really deeply shocking, be done by the Labour Party primarily, that would maybe even if it were able to like fold back in some of its defectors, like get Jeremy Corbyn back or whatever. It's just like, there's just so, yeah, it's just so far gone. I just don't like. I think it is just dead, and the sooner that the Labour Party can realize it's dead and die its death and just be out of the way, the better. Okay, cool. I guess I'm going to raid someone. Who am I going to raid? Who is currently streaming? Looks like Lucky Bun is streaming, so Lucky Bun is getting a raid. Thank you so much for watching. VOD watchers, thank you so much, and please check out the links below if you haven't already. Chatters, it's been lovely. Please come by on Sunday for Red Planet. It's twitch.tv/Red Planet Live. How do I do this again? It's raid, and then Lucky Bun. Please come by on Sunday, 8 p.m. UK time for Red Planet, the live stream of the podcast that we make about revolution and how to do it. And in the meantime, check out my stuff. I will be putting out new videos on Patreon relatively soon. I'll see you chatters on Sunday, and I'll see you all next week for the next Liberal Slop, the first Liberal Slop stream of March. Okay. Have a great night, everyone. Bye.